Hello, my wonderful, beautiful people. How are you today? I'm feeling good. I hope you're well. I hope you're comfortable. I hope you're doing fantastic. Today is one that I kind of got told about, or it was kind of mentioned in sort of those hush tones that you talk about. A debate that has gone not only off the rails and off the track, but down the hill and into the sort of embankment kind of thing. One that has sort of made its mark upon the debate community. So I kind of, upon watching it, I had to review it. Started off great, started off fantastic. It quickly, rapidly went downhill. Just before I get started, Ember is still away, and we wish Ember all the best and safe travels. Journey well, my friend. Journey safe. He's sort of doing a side gig trucking. He's got videos on his channel, so he hasn't completely stopped. He's just sort of doing a bit of a trip across America to do some trucking. So all the best to Ember, and I hope everything's going well. I did catch a commentary of his sort of the other day, which was interesting, sort of getting all the trucking folks together who happen to be on YouTube, former and current, which was nice. Give Ember a little bit of support because he's out there. So yeah, much love, my friend. So yeah, this one was one that I had to watch. But what I'll do is I'll start really quick because it's a long video. It is a long video, and it kind of, what I want to do. So it's Matt Dillahunty versus Bob of Speaker's Corner, and I don't think I did the actual debate proposition in that. That's something I did mean to update, so I do apologize that you didn't get the proposition. It was kind of, which is better for society, secular humanism or Christianity, and I know which side I fall upon. Oh, Ember, my pleasure, man. Like, seriously, I know you did a lot of work to get stuff for the people, so I want to mention it. Yeah, consensually smash. Yes, consensually, please. So I think the like button consents to everything. It likes everything, so it consents as far as I know. Please do ask it first, though. I love that. I killed it. Okay, I'm getting sidetracked again. Tangent emotes all round. Yeah, I want to play Dillahunty's opening in full before I get into it. It's there's something about it that really speaks to me. It's very it's a beautiful opening. If you're talking in debate terms, it captures. I mean, Dillahunty is very good. He's very good at speaking. I occasionally have issues with the way that he does things. It's not like I fawning on Dillahunty, but his intro was particularly good and probably took a long time to craft. And that's sort of what I want to talk about. Like, Robin for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's lovely. Thank you. No comment or anything. If you want to comment, Robin, just send it to me. Just send it to me, mate. No, I'll read it out. Not a problem. So if you just missed something to say, that's fine. Not a problem. Just at me and I'll get it. If you accidentally, I've done that before, put in a super chat and accidentally haven't written anything or thought I wrote something or copied and pasted something that didn't work. It happens, so just at me if you do have something you want to add. Anyway, so let's get on with it because it is a long video. So I want to get into it as much as possible. But I'm just sort of saying what I'll do is I will sort of keep Dillahunty running for his intro because there's just something about it that's very wonderful and sort of measured and intelligent, and then we can sort of get into it.
Full annularity was visible from about an hour west of my house. I didn't bother driving out, but I did get to see about 1,000 natural pinhole cameras created by the tree in my front yard in the shadows, and I took some good footage of it. We were able to predict this solar eclipse to the second because of science, not because of any religion. Religions, on the other hand, don't make testable predictions generally, and instead tend to exploit natural curiosities like an eclipse as signs and omens and portents to prop up their preferred narrative. Humanism has at its focus the betterment of humanity in this life, while Christianity, in its various forms, has as its focus adherence to a God and the disposition of souls in an afterlife. If Christianity were true, it still wouldn't be the best thing for human society in this life, as that's not the goal. Our best efforts in this life are, according to the Bible, like filthy rags. Our best attempts at righteousness and justice are vile and disgusting when compared to a God who advocates the death penalty for nearly everything: adultery, blasphemy, breaking the Sabbath, disobedient children, witchcraft, worshiping another God, not being a virgin on your wedding night. If Christianity or any other religion could ever demonstrate that adherence to their ideas would demonstrably contribute to the betterment of humanity in this life, then those ideas would be consistent with humanism. That hasn't happened. It simply cannot be the case that Christianity is better for humanity than humanism, when humanism's only goal is the betterment of humanity. Anything that could have a hope of being better would just be included. Secular humanism is only secular in the sense that because there are many proposed gods that haven't been demonstrated, our foundation for humanism is one of us being forced to address and solve issues on our own without appealing to supernatural entities. Not a declaration that they don't exist. It's not a declaration that there is no God. It's an acknowledgement that any God that might exist has remained irrelevant to human interactions. Any afterlife is without guarantee, and this life that we experience is the one to focus on. How do we tell which is better for society between competing ideas? The one that has human society at its focus would generally get the default position, but that doesn't mean that people can't have wrong ideas about what's actually better for us. Heaven and hell, if they were to exist, aren't human societies. So any religion that's focused on whether you end up in heaven or hell isn't about human society. As a matter of fact, human society may be antithetical to your soul's disposition in an afterlife. The temptation is often to look at data comparing Christian nations and secular humanist nations, but there are no secular humanist nations. In the entire history of the world, no nation has adopted secular humanism as its foundational principle, although many have come close in some regards. Secular humanism is still relatively new. So the next temptation, of course, is to look at the lives of secular humanists, compare that to the lives of Christians, but we don't have enough good data to do a fair comparison. This is in part due to history, or a history of religions being in charge and secularists being marginalized, afraid to identify themselves, if not outright prohibited or slaughtered, depending on the regime, which means we have to look at the ideals. Secular humanism, first established as a religious ideology in 1933 with the Secular Humanist Manifesto 1. I don't think it was called 1 at the time, but it might have been. I didn't bother to look that part up. It would have been very interesting to see if they anticipated that it would be changing. This is a key aspect of both scientific inquiry and humility, of recognizing that we don't have all the answers now, just like the founding fathers of the United States didn't have all the answers then. Manifesto 1, which was released in 1933, is a fairly simple document that I have a couple of reasonably significant disagreements on. I think it goes too far in some of its assertions. I think it was a little too optimistic about an end to religious thinking. It identifies as a religious view, and then it makes assertions that the universe wasn't created, that mind-body dualism is essentially false. Those are claims that I don't know they could establish and meet the burden of proof for. It doesn't matter that the burden of proof hasn't been met saying that the universe was created or that mind-body dualism is real. But I would say that mind-body dualism is almost certainly false. The notion of a soul is, I've said many times before, the single most dead concept in all of theology. Humanism 1, or Manifesto 1, asserted that we are products of our culture, that there are no supernatural guarantees of human values, that theism should be dead, which is one of the things where I think they were a little too optimistic and perhaps a little short-sighted. It is about the complete realization of the human personality. It includes concepts about a heightened sense of personal life and a cooperative effort to promote social well-being. It has as its ideals this cooperative attempt to use the best methods to improve the well-being of human society. That when we face crises, we do so with knowledge of the naturalness and probability of those. Basically, when something happens, rather than thinking it's an act of God and it might not happen very often, it would be in our best interest to gain knowledge so that we understand the frequency at which a solar eclipse is going to happen, the frequency at which tornadoes are likely to occur, or the situations that cause those things to occur, in order to do our best to address natural disasters. It held that religion must work increasingly for joy in living. By the way, it's holding itself, humanism, as a religion, and that religions, including humanism, must foster creativity and encourage achievements that add to the satisfaction of life. There's a notion that secular humanism, in all of its forms, is scientism, or a cold-blooded or a cold-hearted, Vulcan-esque, heartless endeavor. And yet, right from the start, they were recognizing that creativity and encouraging achievements that add to the satisfaction of life were critical, and that religious thinking, albeit not supernatural religious thinking, represented aspects of human life that were valuable. They also noted that the acquisition and profit-motivated society has shown itself to be inadequate, and that we needed radical change toward a more socialized, cooperative economic order. It's not simple socialism, not simple communism. It's probably not the democratic socialism that you might hear from someone like Bernie Sanders. But in 1933, this is what their line of thought was, that capitalism, while it has some advantages, may not be the best. I think it was a mistake for Manifesto 1 to start declaring things about economic policies, but they were trying to do what was best for all facets of society. And they flatly pointed out that the goal of humanism is a free and universal society in which people voluntarily and intelligently cooperate for the common good. 40 years later, in 1973, the manifesto was updated to what is my favorite version. It's way too long for me to go through and read in detail here, but I will hit some of the highlights. And then in 2003, it was updated again, where it was cleaned up, shortened dramatically, and I think is overall inferior, but I understand getting the bumper sticker sized McNuggets of thought may make it more appealing for some. But Manifesto 2 is where I tend to draw the most from, because I view Manifesto 3 as just a synopsis of the elements of 2. A few things that were important about the Second Humanist Manifesto is that they flatly pointed out that the people who signed this manifesto immediately disclaim that they're setting forth any sort of binding credo. There's no, this isn't a top-down structure. These are statements for a vision in a time that needs direction. And they're affirming a set of common principles that they believe could serve as a basis for united action. And on that front, they addressed many different topics, beginning with religion. And it starts off without incredible animosity towards religion. They're essentially saying they're fine with religious inspiration. But what they're opposed to is dogma and authoritarian views that place anything above human needs. Religions don't pass the test of scientific evidence. Religion's promises of immortal salvation or eternal damnation are illusory and harmful. This is at least evidenced in the many people that I've spoken to over my years working with the atheist community, of people who were indoctrinated into a fear of hell that has lasted longer than their belief in that. To wake up in the middle of the night after being an atheist for 20 or 30 years with a fear of a hell that you were indoctrinated into as a child, or this notion or concept that you were born bad, or that you were born wrong, or that you're the reason Jesus had to die, has led to suicidal thoughts and actions on the parts of many people. Manifesto 2 also addresses the basic principles of ethics, that moral values are derived from human experiences, that situational ethics are what matter, and they stem from both human need and human interest, that reason and intelligence are the most effective instruments that we possess in assessing situations and trying to reach conclusions about what we should value and what we should consider unethical. It also points out expressly that they are not advocating for the use of scientific intelligence, independent of or in opposition to emotion, for humanists believe in the cultivations of feelings and love. Humanism focuses on the individual as a cornerstone, as a founding basis of why we need principles for freedom. That human individuals are precious and have dignity, and the individual person is a central human value. That when it comes to things like sexuality, birth control, abortion, divorce should be recognized as rights. And that we're opposed to exploitive, denigrating sexual expression, but don't wish to prohibit sexual behaviors between consenting adults. It's a rather measured look that your freedom extends to the limits of where other people's freedoms began. The old saying that my freedom to swing my fist ends at your nose is kind of a way to sum it up. I think the freedom to swing your fist ends somewhat short of somebody else's nose when we consider things like personal space, but it doesn't mean that merely touching someone else is a problem. We have to address the entirety of the human condition and human interactions. It also talks about democratic society, and that to enhance freedom and dignity, the individual must experience a full range of civil liberties in society. This includes freedom of speech, freedom of the press, political democracy, the legal right of opposition to government policies, and fair judicial process, religious liberties, etc. And they're committed to an open and democratic society that includes the separation of church and state, and the separation of ideology and state, or the separation of religion and government, essentially. Not that there should be an elimination of religion. People are free to and should be free to follow the dictates of their conscience. But that humane societies should elevate economic systems not by rhetoric or ideology, but by whether or not they increase economic well-being. This is one of the cornerstones of we're going to point to data. This is how we're going to make our decisions and change minds. Whereas religions do it through coercion and conversion, secular humanism advocates for debate, discussion, data-driven decisions. There's a little bit more to Manifesto 2. Principle of moral equality must be furthered through elimination of all discrimination based on race, religion, sex, age, or national origin. They made sure that they included that we're not the ones that are going to be discriminating against someone merely because of their religious views. And yet religious institutions, when given power in governmental positions, have consistently, almost universally, to the point of wars, marginalized the people who don't agree. We are a nation of God. We are a nation of this God. We are the chosen people of this God. We are the focus of this God. We are the ones to whom God gave this land. Those ideas are all principles from religions, including Christianity, that are completely incompatible with the principles of secular humanists. There is no sect or denomination of secular humanism at all, but there certainly wouldn't be any that required someone to believe something that's not empirically verifiable, that ordered the deaths of other persons, that ordered to act or destroy property or government, that have overthrown a democracy to impose a secular humanist regime. It's never been the case that we've been connected to terror cells and violent activism. Advocated for treating people different over their gender or their sexuality, advocated for disparity of rights and freedom for those things. None of those things are consistent with secular humanism. Life, freedom, and equitable relationships are the cornerstones. There's no list of thou shalts or thou shalt nots, because we recognize that nearly every attempt at such a list of thou shalts and thou shalt nots at some point fails as we learn more about our world and get better at understanding better, doing better, and being better in this life. Thanks.
So I'm going to jump straight in. Thanks, Matt, and thank Ryan. Christianity is not a way of life built upon ritualism or legalism.
Okay, so that's Matt's intro. So he's describing such a lovely picture. He's sort of describing sort of a principle set on ethics and freedoms and political freedoms, that you have a I would kind of disagree that it's a religion. It doesn't meet my definition of religion, but it's definitely an ideology. Okay, so let's call it, for the sake of this argument, I'm going to call it ideology kind of thing. So he's talking about sort of well-being, economic well-being, that economics should be geared towards the well-being of people rather than for, the benefit of a certain class of people or a certain institution like churches generally do. Let's not forget that the Vatican is the one of the wealthiest countries in the world and has the lowest population. It is the highest GDP in the world just because of the small population. So so one of the things I want to sort of really highlight is that secular humanism does not impose itself on others. It doesn't say go forth and convert kind of thing. It doesn't say to do any of this stuff. It doesn't do that. It says, hey, here is a way to get human well-being for you and the humans that you love. That's it. And it basically uses rationality and reason to make these arguments to convince people, hey, if we want well-being, we can, any way is the best way to do it. So what's beautiful by Matt is he's sort of described a system where we're really valuing humans. I'm human, you're human, everybody's watching is human. We all have common things that we kind of need in order to be human. And in order to be well, we need sort of healthcare, we need food and water, and we also need some psychological things. And I think it's absolutely beautiful what Matt has said. And I wanted to leave that run because it really was a lot of Matt's intros. And don't get me wrong, I don't agree with everything that Matt says, and we're each individuals, and I get that. Not that he'd probably care. It's just, it is what it is. You're going to disagree. But I respect him so much because when he talks to people, not at them. He sort of says, how you talk to somebody that you're having a discussion with, not like we'll see the opposite, Bob. He's not talking, with the audience. He's just sort of putting stuff on them and telling them what to think. I don't know. It's sort of and so sort of secular humanism doesn't impose itself. So Matt will argue for secular humanism, of course, but he's not going to say you have to follow secular humanism or else, or this is going to be the consequence, or society will fall down. Oh, thank you so much, Doc. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Enjoy your emotes. Enjoy your time. I hear that the ban emote is very popular, but you can have your favorite wherever you want. Thank you so much. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So he sort of said, hey, here's this method we have for achieving what we want. Do you share these values? Do you want to have a society that is full of well-being? Do you want a society that has the freedoms of people prioritized? Do you want sort of the economic well-being as well as sort of stability in all things? Yes, well, here's how we evaluate it. And you can decide for yourself whether that's something you want to be part of or not. Secular humanism is compatible with so many different other systems because it doesn't impose itself. It doesn't say, hey, you have to be a secular humanist system. It just says whatever works to serve the well-being of humans, that's good. That's a good idea. We'll take that if you've got an idea and it comes from a religion or it comes from something else. Yes, that's it. That's fine with us. We will take that on board. It doesn't say, hey, that's part of religion. We don't want anything to do with that. That isn't the reason why we reject ideas. Just the origin of it. No, it's because it's bad for people. That's all. Oh, Pinworm, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'll get an updated list out and thank all of you properly I really want to do so. Thank you so much, and enjoy your custom emotes and your custom things. And I really got to do another one. So if anyone's got any ideas, just throw them into chat. I'm all ears. I'm all ears on the emotes, because sometimes I have good ideas, sometimes I have terrible ideas. You know, it comes to the territory. Yeah, so let's start on Bob and what Bob's got to say, and I'll probably, you know, interrupt it because there's too much here to not, basically. So I'll get that started now.
Relationships are the cornerstones. There's no list of thou shalts or thou shalt nots, because we recognize.
And thank Brian. Christianity is not a way of life built upon ritualism or legalism. It's an ontological faith that emphasizes.
Did he say veganism? What did he say?
As we learn more about being better in this life. Thanks.
So I'm going to jump straight in. Thanks, Matt, and thank Brian. Christianity is not a way of life built upon ritualism or legalism. It's an ontological faith that emphasizes ethical conduct. It emerged out.
Okay, so tell me you're a precept without telling me you're a precept. Okay, it's an ontological faith. It's such a weird statement to make straight off the bat, because so if you're unaware, in philosophy, there's two sort of things going on. There's basically your epistemology, which is sort of your reasons for believing or your reasons for knowing something. So basically, it is concerned with how do you know that I'm sitting here, or there is a God, or anything really, any state of reality that is real. Your epistemology is your reasons for knowing or believing or being confident that that's the case. Ontology, on the other hand, is the actual state of that thing, right? So regardless of what I believe, okay, there will be a state of, do I exist, or is there a God? Let's just take, is there a God, right? So I believe there is no God, right? That's the reasons why is my epistemology. The ontology is kind of like the actual thing behind that. Regardless of what anybody thinks, what is the actual state of that thing, whether the God exists or not? So, as I've said before, nobody has access to ontology, right? We only have the reasons why we think something exists. No one's got a direct sort of access to a, you know, sort of fundamental reality kind of thing. We only have our sort of minds processing why we think something is or is not, or maybe in a certain state. So to say that it's an ontological faith is it's a mess. It's just a mess straight out of the gate, because you're basically saying a reality epistemology, or a reality reasons for knowing. Like it's this weird thing where you're basically saying, because faith would be your epistemology, right? So an ontological faith makes no sense whatsoever, and nobody's got access to ontology. It's silly. It's such a weird thing to say, but presuppositionalists will say, hey, it's ontologically true. And then it doesn't matter how confident you are about it. You don't have access to that actuality. But they think having a direct line to God, because, you know, they assume they do. But even if that is the case, your belief that you have a direct line to God is still your epistemology. You don't get a direct line to ontology. You don't get a direct line to the actuality of things. You just don't. If you did have that, you would not be wrong about anything ever, which you're not. But, you know, presuppositionalists sort of just say, well, God exists because he exists. That's essentially the argument. And it's baffling in its well, simplicity and sort of lack of any reasoned evidence or any reasoned thinking behind it. It's just, well, you know, he exists because he exists. There's nothing circular about that. Or it's virtuously circular as opposed to viciously circular.
Out of the flux of the Jewish people's rejection of their Messiah, and should be seen in the light of Second Temple Judaism historically. Christianity has an ontological way of life which emphasizes a way of...
Yeah, again, an ontological way of life. That makes no sense to me. Like, how do you live ontologically? Like, you have a direct line to what reality is. It's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
way of being human and employs means to that end, which can be understood narratively as being God's priest on earth, reflecting the image of and likeness of God in the world through the giving of themselves in a living sacrifice. Christians achieve this by directing their lives accordingly, embodying in the way they live both truth and virtue as defined by the faith. This way of life is always and at every level a collective exercise.
Yeah, I'm not sure that all Christians live virtuously by what's defined by the faith. And I think one of the most important things here is that if Christians don't live virtuously as what's defined by the faith forgives them, right? There's no real there's no real motivation to live virtuously in Christianity. You just say, hey, we're all flawed, we're all scum, we're all, fallen beings. But God will forgive you, or Jesus will forgive you. So you can do. I mean, there's people that go out, sin on a Saturday night, go to church on Sunday, and then repeat the next week. It doesn't get you to a moral or a system where you're doing the best for societal well-being. Because if you don't do what is the best for societal well-being, you can always be forgiven later. And that's presuming that Christianity actually does the best for societal well-being, which I'm not convinced of either. I think, as Matt pointed out rightly, it does the best for glory of God. And by glory of God, we mean whatever the church's interpretation of the glory of God is, which varies vastly from church to church. Actually, it varies vastly from person to person, to be honest with you.
This fashioning of being is done within and not apart from the church, which is the people of God, those who have entered into the new covenant through baptism. There is a deliberate emphasis on applying oneself to the task, and this ethical conduct, moral fortitude, are key themes in the Christian way of being human. Thus, mere outward conformity without any real inner change is challenged in any healthy expression of the church.
Okay, so he's basically saying that the church challenges your sort of your current paradigm or your current thing. Yeah, that can be good. It's always good to challenge your paradigm, i.e., the way that you're looking at the world. Am I looking at the world in a way that's going to be healthy and encouraging for human well-being, or am I looking in the world and it's like that's good? That is good. However, I don't think you can make a claim that Christianity sort of challenges it in a way that is necessarily converting those people into good. Maybe you could argue that with sort of, maybe it stops individuals from crime, but I don't think there's an overwhelming amount of data to support that Christianity actually stops people from committing crimes. I think the amount of Christians in the prison system would strongly refute that one. But
this exercise of fashioning the inner self within the church into the likeness of Christ is facilitated and aided by creeds, scriptures, prayer, sacraments, symbols, exhortation, self-examination, relations to spiritual elders, the study and practice of virtue, the collective upholding of values and moral principles, mutual support and solidarity practice between the faithful, and the creation of fellowships, institutions, and societies. Christian community.
Well, I mean, fellowship between the community. Look, I've seen some horrendous fallings out, even in just the YouTube sphere of Christians, of making attack videos against one another and stuff. This whole idea of fellowship in Christianity. I don't see that. I don't. I'm sorry. Like, I get that you're saying that, and yes, you can have fellowship, but it's kind of hard for you to make that claim when you have, Christians doing attack stuff against other Christians, kind of thing. I mean, it's kind of hilarious when I do room rumbles, because you go in there and you sometimes just watch as two Christians just fight among one another over something trivial, kind of thing. It's actually kind of weird. I don't know. It's just, yeah, okay, you're sort of, but I mean, fellowship can be found in any community. We have fellowship. It's like, the LGBTQI plus has fellowship, but it's not a Christian thing. It's a human thing. Like, I don't know why you're sort of saying, hey, well, look at the fellowship. It's like, yeah, Boy Scouts has fellowship, the gay nightclub has fellowship. What are you talking about? Like, that's just humanity. Fellowship, you mean a club? Yeah, yeah.
Communities at their best should be engaged with the realities that Christians face at a local, regional, national, or international level. This could be, for example, feeding
realities Christians face. Why are we engaged with the realities? Like, why not humans? But this is the thing, like, the world that Bob's sort of painting is basically one that's good for Christians and only Christians. He doesn't care about anybody else. And this is something that I saw in a study, like, towards their own in-group, Christians are a lot more nice, they're a lot more generous, they're a lot more sort of, endearing. But the problem is that not everybody's in that in-group, and they treat people in the out-group pretty badly, which isn't good for society. It makes it divisive. It's not a good idea, because there's always going to be people in the out-group, and atheists are actually one of the people that treat the out-group quite well. Like, they actually sort of treat the out-group, so religious people, better than the religious people treat them.
feeding the poor. It could be helping the widow and the orphan, campaigning on behalf of the third world, debt relief, disaster relief, campaigning for political and legal reform to create a more just society, defending the environment, evangelizing the lost.
Defending the environment. I got to pull you up on that one, Chief. I don't know if defending the environment is really the Christian forte. I'd have to push back on that one. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's certainly, a lot of Christians out there who do defend the environment, but I do know a lot more of them sort of saying, hey, God gave this world to us. We can do what we want with it because it was given to. So I do know a mix of ideas about that. Sort of contrast that with the idea of the secular humanists saying, well, what's best for humans? What's best for us? What is using the resources of the environment going to actually harm humans? If not, we shouldn't do it. Will it better humans? If it does, then we probably should. That's a way to get to whether we should be doing what we're doing. What you're saying, I don't know what you're saying. You're sort of pointing to people doing things like community and helping the environment and saying that's a product of Christianity. No, it's not. No, it's not. Because secular countries are doing the same thing. And, countries that don't even have Christianity as the main religion, care about the environment and stuff. You're acting like Christians are the only ones that do this stuff. They're not. What we're looking for is how you determine what ought to be done and what ought not to be done. What is your standard?
Fighting in a just war to defend one's brothers and sisters, or supporting in some way.
Yeah, fighting in a just war to defend one's brothers and sisters. Yeah, but again, we're looking for how you determine it's just. This is the thing. You're not explaining how you get to that. Like, you've got a big gap between Christianity and those things that you're not explaining how you evaluate them. You're just saying Christians do these things.
Other or any other Christian that is doing one of these virtuous acts or other. Christianity is therefore an integrated flexibility within itself due to its absence of rigid forms or obligatory means to get to its telos, the glorification of God.
Yeah, okay. So the telos is basically your goal. Telos is just another word for your goal or your aim or where you want to be. So whereas the telos that Matt outlined would be the betterment of humanity, and he sort of outlined a few things, that sort of made that, like, what would the betterment of humanity look like to sort of crack down on it. What's the glory of God? How do we tell what glorifies God? Because Christians disagree on it. So how do we tell? Like, what's the means we can use to tell when God is being glorified and God is not being glorified? Because, yeah, I mean, arguments are going to happen in secular humanism. Don't get me wrong, it definitely is. But we can sort of point to objective data and say, okay, this definitely is, like, taking a million people out and shooting them. That's bad for the well-being of humanity, right? It just is. Like, that is not a subjective thing. It is bad. However, he's basically saying the glory of God, but everybody disagrees on what will cause that. So I don't get how you interpret, like how you evaluate actions under this.
It continuously pushes those that believe in it, and through them, the world around them, to strive ever upwards, all pulling in the same direction, regardless of setbacks, mistakes, and at times lethargy.
All pulling in the same direction. I don't know what Christianity you're part of, but pulling in the same direction is not what I've seen from Christians. You know, fighting among themselves over whose doctrine is correct and who is in fact glorifying God is usually what I'm used to. Everybody disagrees. So how do you tell what's the glory of God and what's not? Matt's outlined how we can tell what's in human well-being and what isn't. We have a method for evaluation, and that's science. We can evaluate all kinds of things, usually through some kind of systematic sort of system. But, you know, we don't have that for Christianity. What is, like, do you have a glory of God-o-meter? Is that how?
In the great communal exercise to build a civilization in which justice flows like a river, man's dignity is upheld, and in which compassion and love become chief virtues.
Justice flows like a river. Yeah, no, I don't. This is very sort of poetic language, but it doesn't actually get us to sort of justice. So justice is sort of, I mean, the way that it's used in societies is sort of only legalistic sort of thing. It doesn't really tell you sort of morally what you ought to do. It's just a legal thing. So it's very strange because you know, if somebody believes in a god, and maybe they're Islamic, and maybe they believe that apostates should be killed and that atheists should be destroyed, then justice flowing like a river is a horrible, horrible thing, because justice, like sort of moral relativity, it just makes sense in a culture kind of thing. So that's not necessarily a wonderful thing. You know, justice flowing like a river in the medieval times was pretty horrific, you know, as they burned people at the stake for being witches and things like that. You know, it's not necessarily great.
The consistency of vision and direction is achieved precisely because it has a fixed star of the dawn. Christianity moves from the lesser to the greater, from the inner to the outer, from the mind to reality, from the parts to...
Lesser to the greater. I mean, what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Lesser and greater what? Like, this is just metaphors and sophism. It's just basically dog whistling to the Christians that they are part of this group that is superior. Like, it really is just a like, when you actually break it down for its ideas here, he's not actually saying that the lesser to the greater, the outer to the inner. What does that even mean? How does that help society? Lesser and greater what? I don't like it. It really is just nonsense. I mean, he's not saying anything.
To the meaning. Christianity, at one and the same time, can be a civilizational exercise, employing rituals, laws, institutions, and symbols, many of which have proven durable from the last Christian civilization into our present time. Others which have...
Why is it durable? Part of why it's durable is because they kind of slaughtered anybody that deviated, or they felt deviated, from the glory of God, which, as you said, was the aim. There was a sect labeled heretical called the Cathars, and the Cathars sort of gave equal rights to women. And they were destroyed, like wiped out, because they were a heresy. You know, called a heresy by the church and absolutely destroyed. It'd be interesting to see what Bob's denomination actually is. I don't think we got that all debate. I think it would be a good question because, you know, are you part of the Catholic Church? They kind of killed a lot of people. A lot of people.
Which have simply fallen away, and on the other hand, in another context, it can remain a loose ethical and relational force with a minimal set of practices adapted to the socio-economic and political realities that it faces. The church in all things is about making saints out of sinners. And as long as it continues.
The church in all things is about making saints out of sinners. I don't think that's true. I don't think you can just sort of, I mean, does it advocate for some good things? Sure. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't lie and say, hey, it advocates for horrible things. But when your goal is something as nebulous and undefined as the glory of God, then what are you really after? You know, they made Mother Teresa a saint, and she was absolutely dreadful. She caused so much needless suffering because she thought that suffering was holy. She thought that pain was holy and sacred, a sacred task. If you don't know, she took care of palliative care treatment in India. I think it was India. So like she would take care of people while they're dying, but she refused to give them any kind of painkillers or medication. So they suffered when just simple application of sort of drugs to ease them into their next, you know, their passing would be far more humane. Or, you know, if they were definitely going to die, a quick and merciful death to stop them from suffering. I mean, we do that for horses. I mean, come on. But she believed that the pain and the horrible suffering that people had to go through while dying was a holy exercise. There's nothing holy about that. Nothing. So these are the kind of saints that Christianity makes.
Continues to do this, it wins according to its own terms of reference. If we want the best for humanity, then the best thing to do is to fill it with saints.
Like Mother Teresa, yeah. No, people that basically think that suffering is wonderful and holy, and refuses medication to people because they think that the suffering of dying was great. Yeah, that's awesome. That's just great.
How does one become a saint? Not with much time, but only with much love. The way of the cross, which can be summed up as follows: to die to oneself.
Yeah, but that's the problem. That's the problem, Bob. If you think that pain and suffering is part of God's love and shows dedication to God, that's a problem, right? There's such a thing as loving things too much, right? You just unlimited love is not a good idea. You have to have some healthy boundaries about what you love and how it applies to others. I guess I'm trying to say, don't be a stalker. I really am, you know.
Self to the sacrifice for the good of one's neighbour through a process Christians call repentance, as the transforming effects of the renewing of the mind and the life that flows from it. In this we are encouraged, inspired and guided by the saints who have blazed a trail before us and set as an example to strive after, some leaving manuals and guides for us to study and use ourselves, and others societies and institutions into which we can join, dedicated to some good end.
Okay, so repentance, I don't see repentance as particularly good. I think that sort of so repentance is the idea that God forgives you for whatever transgression you've made, and I think it trivializes the impact that you have on other people. I believe in sort of you know, if atonement's a thing, then atoning to other people, like to say, hey, I'm sorry for doing this, and really sort of making amends to that person that you've wronged or those people you've wronged. The idea that a God can just forgive you for stuff, it really trivializes what it means to learn, because you don't learn. You just go, okay, well, you know, I can not worry about that anymore. I think this whole idea of a loop that gets you out of doing any kind of atonement or sort of making any kind of amends to people you've wronged, it's kind of immoral, because it doesn't, you don't try to correct the error. You don't try to show that you actually have learnt something from your experience. All you're doing is just saying, hey, this invisible guy has forgiven me. I'm good. I don't need to do anything else. I'm good. You know, and how often have we seen really nasty, horrible people think that they're good people in Christianity? They think they're awesome because God's forgiven them. they haven't learnt anything. They haven't taken stuff on board. All they've done is just been forgiven by some imaginary dude and just do the same thing next time round. And that's okay, because God will forgive them again. You know, they don't have to learn anything.
Due to the way that the church has evolved within the empires and kingdoms it grew into, Christians have developed an understanding of secular and spiritual powers, government in two forms, ecclesial and secular, which we believe should...
The government in two forms, ecclesial and secular. So basically he's talking about but it's almost like a bicameral system, right? So our systems are bicameral, right? They've got two main houses. That's if you're American, you might be from somewhere else. I do apologize. I'm sort of assuming where my audience is from. The majority is from the US, strangely enough. Weird that they want to listen to me, but sure, I'm not gonna so we've got a bicameral system. It's a lower house, upper house. Okay, so you've got House of Representatives and the Senate, and that's sort of a lot of democracies do that. So what he's kind of describing is a bicameral system where the secular government has one arm of government and the church has the other. And I can't express in any uncertain terms how dangerous an idea that is, right? So if you have power given to one religion, it will exercise that power over other religions. It will. There's no place in any time in history where a religion with executive or legislative power or even judicial power has not exercised that power over other religions. It's never been the case that hasn't happened. Every time you give power to one of these organizations, they will always do that. Because, you know, their religion clearly states, thou shalt have no other God before me. That's the first commandment. That's the first one. Don't worship other gods is the first one. And if you want to try and convince me it's good for society having sort of power over other religions, then no, you're wrong. I'm sorry. That's not a good society.
You should be ideally integrated into a harmony, working in symphony. We believe that both should be filled with believing and practicing Christians that should govern their respective realms accordingly, eliminating through various means any activity that does not move us towards God and cultivating all those that do.
Okay, so pay attention to what he said there. Eliminating any activity that does not move us towards God. Okay, does that include science? Unknown. Does that include sex out of marriage? Quite possibly. Does that include LGBTQI people? Quite possibly. So he is advocating for a system of government where you have a secular system and a religious system with it, which doesn't make a secular government, by the way. That's a theocracy because one religion is enshrined in the government. So, his sort of sleight of hand saying, oh, a secular government and an ecumenical government. No, that's just a theocracy. Like, that's not secular. But, he's sort of pulling a sleight of hand by saying, oh, one side's secular, so they'll be fair to everybody. No. But he's talking about sort of eliminating anything that doesn't move us towards God. I mean, think about that. Which God? Are we eliminating Muslims? Are we eliminating Jewish people? Are we eliminating Hindus? Hindis, rather, I should say, is the correct thing. So, it always makes me worry when Christians talk about eliminating things. Like, what if these people won't go quietly? What happens then? Is this going to be a better society? Was it a better society when the religions were in control, back before, that eliminated those things from society? Was eliminating the Cathars, who were a heresy, who did not move us towards God, was that a good society? No, it wasn't. It was horrible. It was inquisitions and you know, casting out heretics and, you know, all of this kind of stuff going on.
The Christian is encouraged, guided, and inspired in this regard by the teachings of the apostles in the telling of the life, teaching, and reflections upon Christ Jesus, who is both the head of the church and its cornerstone. Christianity is better for humanity precisely because it is comprehensive to his being.
Oh, thanks, Jay. You're right. Yep, you're right. I'm wrong. That's cool. Hindi is the language. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Grounded in reality and working both with and against his nature as is best for him.
Okay, so grounded in reality is not a phrase I'd apply to most Christians that I know. You know, some of them, sure. Yeah, I mean, some of them, yeah. You know, I'm not saying that Christians can't be grounded in reality, but, you know, the ones that I would say are grounded in reality sort of, their religion is sort of kept separate from their ordinary experiences in life. They're usually very practical people. Yeah.
Christianity has the strict monotheism of Islam, the rich historical traditions of Judaism, Buddhist-like forms of contemplation and meditation, the rich color and vibrancy of Hinduism, the universal appeal of Baha'i, the reason and empiricism of modernity, the humanity of the Renaissance, all contained within the Christian faith.
No, it doesn't have those. No, what are you talking about? If it, like, it has all of these things it takes from other religions. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? And plus, you're talking about, you know, I really would like to push back against Bob. Like, how do you, you know, sort of claim these things that Christianity has? How do you demonstrate that it's the reason for it and not Christianity being influenced by these other religions under a sort of secular government that doesn't allow Christianity to do what it wants, whatever it wants? I don't, yeah. Oh, what's happening tonight? Is it Haley's Comet? Really? When's the next one? All right, let me know, and I can announce it. Let me know. Oh, it's a meteor shower? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that'll hit me because it's not night here, but that's interesting. It is visible in Perth. Oh, apparently it is visible tonight. Okay. Well, there you go. All right, have to sit out on the balcony maybe and watch the meteor shower. That's cool. All right, thank you so much who brought that up. Anyway, back to the thing. Can we have tangents in the chat? I think that's pointed at Ember, to be honest with you. Ember, how can you not be on the panel and still providing tangents? How is that even possible? I mean,
Christianity quite simply makes all other ideologies, philosophies, and religions redundant.
I mean, you got to laugh, right? Christianity makes all other ideologies redundant. You could say that about any ideology. You could say, hey, it makes everything redundant. Yeah, kind of secular humanism makes all other religions redundant. Well, yeah, that's the point of an ideology. That's the point of a religion. I don't. You could, an Islam, a Muslim could say that, a Hindu could say that, anybody could say that. Like, what are you talking about?
Christianity could be framed as the working out of gratitude for the work of salvation wrought by Christ, done with profound humility into the world we face. The question of what it means to be disciples of Christ into every given situation and context. Christians examine themselves to see how much of the truth and virtue they are embodying and consistently reflect upon how they can and should embody more, personally and collectively.
Yeah, I'm maybe ideally, sure. Ideally. I'm not sure that sort of the teachings of sort of Peter and his sort of hostility towards women is a particularly good way to go, to be honest with you. You know, so some of the things in the Bible, even the New Testament, are incredibly problematic. You know, like man is the head of the woman, like Christ is the head of the church, kind of thing. All of these statements about, you know, women should not speak in church. You know, just some really horrible ideas. I'm not sure that the sort of, you know, these people are particularly people to look up to be honest with you.
In ever larger circles. Christianity connects being and doing as both representation of what one is and how one changes.
Being and doing as a representation of what is and how it changes. Being and doing. Is that fake it till you make it? Is that fake it till you make it? Being and doing what is and yeah, I think that's fake it till you make it.
Thus, we look for patterns and habits in the process of repentance and try to change and cultivate new patterns and habits that better embody our values and beliefs, sometimes even rejecting past ways of doing things.
Oh, well, here's the problem, Bob. Here's the problem. The sort of the genesis of these ideas, like if you're just doing stuff because people are going to look down on you, or you think that a god wants you to do it, the genesis is always external, and that's a problem. When you change somebody's mind, it's got to be internal. It's got to be something that sort of comes from a decision to do something, or else it just doesn't stick. Because even if it's because other people expect you to, when other people aren't around, you're going to go back to the other behavior. And if it's a god that's telling you and that's why you do it, but you're forgiven for everything, when you slip up, it's no big deal because a god just forgives you for it. This is the problem. You kind of have to internalize what it is that you want, rather than externally say, hey, you act like this, you will become this. Because while it can help, it doesn't actually make that meaningful change that you're after. You have to internalize it.
For us, true epistemology is couched in the narrative. It's not based on...
Yeah, and this is the thing I want to talk to about the debate. It's couched in the narrative. It's the story. Do you have a good story? Right? The problem with that is a story doesn't make things true or false. It's just a story. Like, your narrative doesn't actually tell you whether something is good or bad or real or not or anything like it. It's just a narrative. And I agree with the other read in the chat. That's a very good comment. I think the problem is Bob's talking about aims and not methodology. Yeah. How do we find out whether something gets us to the glory of God or not? Like, we just take it from the Bible and everybody disagrees. All these denominations disagree. So how do we know? We can't. We don't have access to a God to ask. We have no idea.
Empiricism or rationality or skepticism, all of which work within an overarching meta-narrative anyway. Did and do Christians reason in the past? Of course they did. The superiority of the Christian story is precisely because it is set up and above nature, which means it is not subject to the circumstances and events of the natural world.
Okay, so something set up and above nature is really weird, because you're basically saying, hey, this is a spiritual thing. And yeah, I agree, Peter.
It cannot and does not collapse due to the collapse of an economic system or an empire or a marriage or a career. The Christian meta-narrative is an exit.
Neither does secular humanism. Neither does most religions. You could say that about the Islamic faith. Is that a point in its favor? No. Just about any ideology doesn't collapse with sort of, you know, governmental or financial collapse. It's an ideology, dude. What you're just describing, like, the standard things about an ideology.
An existential all-terrain vehicle that can traverse disaster and triumph. By contrast, the humanist narrative will end when liberal democracy ends. I want to mention 12 ways that Christianity has made your life better. One in honor for each of the apostles.
Oh, how convenient.
Christianity is a proven record of transforming lives, which then go on to transform societies, and this has reshaped the Roman world and each civilizational epoch up to modern times.
Yeah, sometimes a lot worse, for instance, for those civilizations. The whole idea that Christianity has sort of reshaped things doesn't necessarily mean for the better. Maybe for some, sure, but not all of them. Like I just mentioned the Cathars who are viciously wiped out. I don't think the Cathars would agree that mainstream Christianity was particularly wonderful for their civilization.
Christianity has elevated the value and dignity of children from property to person in their own right, deserving of.
How? Property to person? How? I don't. This is one of the weird things he goes on about later on in the debate, how like children are being objectified or made into property kind of thing. No, nobody in humanism thinks that children are property. Nobody thinks that. Like it really is one of the biggest straw mans of this debate. We don't think that children are property. In fact, your parents don't own you at all, which kind of a lot of the Bible sort of affirms that children are owned by the sort of, parents own them, which I refute completely. All right, Amber, lots of love. Take care. Travel safe. Thanks for being here. I really appreciate it.
Of rights, something humanists are currently undermining. Christianity.
How are we undermining that? Yeah, I don't get that. How are we undermining that children aren't property? I don't understand that.
Has transformed attitudes to sexuality and sexual ethics from male-dominated libertarian to chaste and disciplined, establishing the dignity of women in the family and making the family the bedrock of stable societies.
Chaste and come on, man, like seriously? Forcing women to wear long dresses in heat and things like that is not what you think it is. Forcing women to cover their ankles, even though it's like 40 degrees out, is not the win that you think it is, mate. It really is not. Repressive is what I would call it.
Something humanists are again undoing. Christianity has elevated the dignity of women and their position in society from that of property to people worthy of rights and privileges, something that once again humanists are currently undoing.
How are humanists undoing that women have rights? How do you get that chain of logic? Now he's just making these assertions against humanism. Oh, we're stopping women's rights. How? A lot of the church did oppose the suffragette movement because it does say in the Bible that women are sort of less than men. I have no idea how secular humanists are stopping, returning to where women had no rights, which I might add was under Christianity.
Christianity has emphasized and elevated the importance of charity, particularly to strangers.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, no, not to strangers who are in your in-group. So Christian strangers. Interestingly enough, this study I mentioned earlier, that actually found Christians are more generous to their in-group, while atheists are more generous to their out-group. So Christians are really generous to other Christians. They're not to people who are not Christian. That's why they, basically demand a prayer for their sandwich kind of thing. When they're giving things out, oh, well, are you a Christian? Do you want to join us in prayer? They will do it conditionally. Whereas atheists just go, here, just take this. No conditions. No, you don't have to do a Bible reading or a prayer with it, none of that. And they're actually more generous to those people who are outside that in-group. So yes, on the whole, yes, but I think that's only because they help Christians more.
Something unheard of before Christianity, and not in any way elevated to the...
No, like being charitable to people less fortunate wasn't sort of started with Christianity. Like, come on, dude, seriously? What are you talking about? I don't know what he's talking about. Like, do you think in ancient Egyptian times that people didn't give to the poor? Like they just let them starve on the street? Of course not. Of course not.
To the same prominence in any society before Christianity. Christianity has established and elevated healthcare as a concern for society, establishing novel.
Oh, yeah, when I think Christianity, I think universal healthcare. Sure, that's exactly what I think. You know what? It's funny, then all the Christians are usually the ones opposed to that. It's very strange.
Institutions to this effect, and making the health of all a matter of societal concern. Christianity supported education of all directly because it thought that truth could and should be accessed by all. Education was therefore.
Well, Christianity was but largely sort of behind education because everybody was Christian. This is the thing. Like at one point in Europe and things like that, Christianity was the only religion, and if you're a different religion, you'd kind of be burnt at the stake. So when you say, hey, Christianity had these ideas and these things came up, the only people around were Christian. That's the only people that were accepted into society. So of course they did. If you weren't Christian, you weren't allowed to read and write, because at one point they basically said, well, you read and write the Bible. That's the only thing worth reading and writing. So why the hell would you think that all of this stuff would come from elsewhere?
Therefore always been a chief concern of any place where Christianity has gained influence, power, or authority. Christianity transformed the way we thought about work and time, linking human activity to vocation. Thus, even the work of peasants is given nobility, thus removing the underpinnings of the slave trade, which is.
Oh, I think that is a bit of a bold claim, sir. That's a bit of a bold claim. There were abolitionists, absolutely, who were Christian, sure. There were also people that were against the abolition movement that were Christian. So I think that's a bit of a bold claim that it removed the underpinnings. So what you've got to remember is that Christianity worked hand in hand with the aristocracy that kept those peasants there for ages. There was a reason why in the French Revolution they attacked the churches as well, because the churches gave the aristocracy authority to be put there by God. Because during the feudal societies, peasants didn't own the land, but neither did the aristocracy. You know who owned the land? God owned the land. And he gave that land to the aristocracy to manage on God's behalf, and all of the peasants were subservient to the chosen aristocracy by God. It's really convenient that you sort of gloss over this fact that the aristocracy was there at the behest of church and God. The church and the aristocracy worked in hand. That's why people like Karl Marx hated religion, because it did support the aristocracy, and they probably couldn't do it without them. Because sort of, the peasants were religious. They were told the aristocracy were placed there by God and to accept their role in that hierarchy. So yeah, Robin, thank you so much. $5. Robin, $5 US freedom dollars. Bob is salivating over the end of democracy. I found him very misogynistic and just plain gross. I disliked him even more. I disliked him more than even Psy. Sorry, not Psy. Psy 10 Bruggenkater, I think you're talking about, is very obnoxious. I see where you're coming from. I think I find Psy 10 to be more obnoxious with what he did against the debate against Matt Dillahunty. What he did was absolutely horrible. So don't get me wrong. It's a close race. I get you. I still think Psy is worse, to be honest with you. No, that's just my opinion. But thank you so much for the super chat, Robin. I really appreciate it.
Which is linked to it, the fact that it was viewed negatively. Contributions to the development of science and underpinning its meta-narrative that governed.
Contribution to the development of science. Just any science that doesn't contradict the young Earth creationist model for the young Earth creationists. I wonder if he's a young Earther. I wonder if he notices the amount that young Earth creationists are doing to disrupt science in America. Does he notice? Does he even care? Is that something he cares about? Is that good for society? Of course it isn't. Of course not. Yeah, no, I agree, Binge. Psi is vile, yeah.
The first natural philosophers and contributed financially to the study of nature, with many Christians contributing to scientific inquiry, is also a way in which Christianity has made everyone's life better. Christianity has at its heart an idea of liberty and justice for all, which has resulted in the chastisement of...
Does it? Does Christianity have an idea of liberty and justice for all? I don't remember reading that in the Bible so much. I don't think that's Christianity's highest credo. I think it's more, glorifying God and obeying sort of the dictates of God that is really the central theme that I got from the religion. Liberty and justice, yeah, I don't know about that one, champ.
Of both emperor and kings, and led and created the scaffold upon which liberalism currently works. Christians have repeatedly abolished slavery in multiple places and times, and one can trace a consistent pattern of liberation of slaves amongst Christians. This is because the Christian narrative embodied in Exodus and that of Christ, at a paradigmatic level, involves the idea of setting slaves free. The church has beautified the continents of the world through...
Okay, so here's the problem. You're not making a comparison with secular humanism at the moment. You're making a comparison with older civilizations like the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire and all of these ancient civilizations. You're not making a comparison with secular humanism right now. What you're basically saying is, because Christianity is better on the sort of liberation of slavery front than these ancient civilizations, then it's the best. And that's just a non sequitur. How do you explain that? Like, a better than a modern value system that we can use to implement for the betterment of all? It doesn't follow. Like, you're basically saying, hey, because we're better than the systems that have gone before, then we're the best still. No, that doesn't follow. No, that's like saying, hey, my 80s Toyota Corolla was better than a Model T, so it's the best car that's ever been invented. No, not at all.
Through its contributions to culture, art and architecture, music and literature.
Yeah, again, that's because they basically dominated the Western landscape for so long, mostly through burning people. But yeah, let's not pay any attention to that. Let's just say that's where it came from. You know what? Even without Christianity, humans would still make art and culture. Sorry.
Now,
again, he's trying to sort of hijack just human things like fellowship, art, culture, and just say, hey, that's due to Christianity. Get out of here, man. Like, seriously? Don't even. It's just a human thing. Like, you can't just hijack all of that stuff and say, hey, that comes from Christianity. But precepts do this so much. They're sort of like, oh, well, you can thank Christianity for fellowship. What? No. Like, what are you talking about? Fellowship existed since humans. Like, what I don't understand. I really don't.
It's not just these historical achievements that Christianity has succeeded in. It's also the fact that if we take a moment to look at scientific studies that have been done about the impact of Christianity on society, it points to the following things. If you
we're going to get scientific stuff, guys. Wait on.
You want people to be less prone to depression and to...
Okay, so this is true. This is true. There is an effect on mental health that believing in a God can sort of make you less prone to depression and things like that. So the problem comes that you're missing the flip side, that one of the main predictors for mental health issues among young people is actually whether they believe in demons or not. So you have to get and mental health in Christianity is incredibly underrepresented. We don't have a lot of information about it, because when a lot of Christians have a mental health crisis, it isn't a mental health crisis, it's a spiritual crisis. So they don't actually get registered as having any mental health problems whatsoever. And I really want to push back against that. Like, if you're having a crisis and a breakdown, it isn't a spiritual crisis, it's a mental health crisis. But, you know, a lot of them go to the church, and the church says, hey, don't go to any kind of authority, come to us, you know, sort of. And they may do a good job in sort of helping them with their life, helping them out of the sort of state that they're in. They may very well do a good job, or they may do a bad job. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that a lot of mental health issues in religions just is not counted, because it isn't a mental health issue. It's a spiritual issue. And yeah, but he is right. There is research that says that you are less prone to depression if you are religious. But again, and aside from the sort of undercounting mental health issues in religion, because I think that is a factor, there's also, if I believe in magic fairies that are going to make me well, if I believe in that, I may be less prone to depression. But that's not a good thing. I want to know what the truth is. Like, we get into this thing like the placebo effect. Is it okay to lie to people if it makes them feel better? I don't think that's ethical. I don't think in the long term it's a good idea. Maybe on the short term of sort of individuals, it's good. But for society, is that a good thing that we're lying to people? I don't think it is.
And to cope better when they are depressed, you should want there to be a more Christian society. If you want people to be less prone to suicide, you should want
that is not something that is not something that I think follows one to another. If you want less depression, you want a Christian society kind of thing. I don't think that necessarily follows. And I don't think you can sort of I don't think you can sort of line them up one after another like that. I'm having problem getting my mind around how you'd sort of say, hey, well, it's good for your mental health to believe in this God. How you would convince somebody with that, you know? I think that a lot of the works on placebos that we're doing, we understand the effect of your mental state on your health and you know, sort of depression and things. Yeah, I think that there has been a whole load of religious communities, and they still have problems with depression. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's also a stigma with religion that sort of says, hey, you shouldn't be depressed, you've got to be happy. So there can be lurking variables in these surveys. I'm not saying that I know for a fact that there's lurking variables and that, you know, that's not true. However, there are some mitigating circumstances. And is it good in the long run for people to believe in something that's not demonstrably true? That's what I'm saying.
You should want there to be a more Christian society. If you want people to be less likely to be involved in substance abuse, then you should want a more Christian society. If you want people to be less likely to be involved in crime, then you should want a more Christian society. If you want your children to do better in school, then you should want them to be Christian. If you want your...
No. You know who's got the best rates of schooling? Finland. Yep, number one for education year after year after year. Guess what? Guess what they are? They're a secular society. They're very, very non-religious. Because, look, because sort of Christian schools get funding, a lot of funding and a lot of monetary sort of, you know, flowed into them that, you know, other schools just can't afford, doesn't make them better at education. It just makes them better funded. And that's because Christianity tithes its members and then puts that into projects for their own people. Again, this is contributions to the in-group. Okay, so this is why they have better outcomes. It's not because inherently Christianity gives better education. It's because Christianity isn't frigging taxed, and they get to funnel money into their people. They're not doing it for the betterment of all society. They're doing it for the betterment of Christians.
Want your non-Christian child to get a better education, you should want there to be more Christian schools. If you want people to have an active concern for the care of the environment, then you should want them to be want there to be more Christian.
Yeah, he doesn't bother to explain how Christianity gets just a better environment. Like how does that happen? Could you care to explain that one, Bob? How does Christianity get us to a better environment exactly? Is Jesus doing some kind of cleanup project that I was previously unaware of? I don't know. I have questions.
If you want families to be stable, stronger, and have durability, then you should want there to be a Christian society and more Christian families.
Well, it depends what you classify as a family. So now we have found families, right? We have people that have come together with they've become very, very close friends, and they've found a family. They found people to take care of them. And sometimes they can be stronger than your actual family, and your bonds can be stronger than your actual family. You get a lot of this. You get a lot of this in sort of war buddies kind of people that have been through a lot of trauma. Those people that they have fought with in war and overcome adversity with, they have bonds stronger than any family you'll care to name. And I'm really sorry, they just do. They are inseparable as far as those bonds are concerned. Humans are complex. We're very complex, but the idea that a family has to be your biological parents and, you know, yeah, exactly, pragmatic, nuclear family, that's just not true. You can have a family of people who come together just to care for one another. That's entirely possible. And we see it all the time. It's just that you don't like this idea.
If you want the poor to do better academically, you should want more supportive, stable, stronger, and durable families. Therefore, you should want more people to be Christian.
Yeah, yeah. And you know, sort of stable and supportive is not what I'd say about a lot of Christian families. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of Christian families that are like that, but there's ones that aren't. I mean, you really should look up divorce rates for Christian families. You know, it's sort of, you're making these claims without anything to back it up. You're not citing anything. You're just sort of saying, hey, studies say. They kind of don't.
And a stronger Christian society. In his famous poem, Charles Swinburne once put,
yeah, I like that too. Hang on a sec. I'll get it up. Stephanie, the quality of education correlates closely with the size and health of a nation's reindeer herd. Yeah, because of all of the Scandinavian countries. Absolutely. There was a website called Correlation Not Causation, I think it was called. And you can look up the most ridiculous, or is it spurious correlations? Yes, spurious correlations. And I'll link it, like the correlations between number of people drowned by falling in a pool correlates with film Nicolas Cage appeared in. I don't know. I want to share this. US spending on science, space, and technologies. Endings by hanging, strangulation, and suffocation. No, I'm going to avoid that word. How dare you? Number of people drowned falling into a pool. Films Nicolas Cage appeared in. Obviously, like, Nicolas Cage is absolutely causing people to drown. You heard it here first. Per capita cheese consumption with number of people who died by becoming tangled in their bed sheets. I mean, look at that. It's obvious. It's obvious. Oh, here's one for you, Steph. Divorce rate in Maine correlates with the per capita consumption of margarine. You heard it first. Margarine causes divorce. It's obvious. Well, in Maine, that is, you know, not anywhere else. Just in Maine. Just in Maine. So there you go. You heard it here first. So if you do want to use that in your arguments and debates, that's actually a hilarious one to use. What was I doing? Yeah. And cool step. Ah, dear. That margarine lady is real assy. Yeah, Reed, you're not wrong. Woo! Let's not slut shame margarine, though. Come on now. Come on.
Boasted. Thou art smitten, thou God, thou art smitten. Thy death is upon thee, O Lord.
Okay, so now preaching. Now we just get into preaching.
And the love of the earth, as thou diest, resound through the winds of her wings. Glory to man in the highest, for man is the master of all things. What we've seen as...
Yeah, so that's dangerous. Man is the master of all things. Yeah, we're kind of not the master of all things. The environment is still kicks our ass on a semi-regular basis. You haven't been paying attention to the bushfires and tornadoes and floods and all of this kind of stuff. That's dangerous to think that you're in charge of this world. You're not. The environment is still our problem. Like we get our ass kicked by the environment. Silly argument to make. Well, I mean, he's just quoting scripture. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have any impact in reality. How can we tell that that's actually true? It's not.
As modernity has progressed from the time of the Enlightenment, is that far from being able to master all things, man in modern times has lost control of himself, lost control of his environment, and has lost control of his...
What do you mean lost control? We never had control over our environments. Like I said, the environment kicks our ass on a semi-annual basis. Like it really is. Like, what are you talking about? Lost control of the environment. We've got more control over our environment now. And you know what did it? You know what gave us control over things like flooding and, all these kind of natural disasters, to know when volcanoes are erupting, to be aware of how to respond to earthquakes. It's not, I'll give you the tip. It's not Christianity. I'll give you the tip right now. Because Christianity just says, well, God's going to do what God does. It's really science that has given us the means to deal with all of this stuff, but we still get our ass kicked.
Control of his future. If we want to regain that mastery of ourselves, then we should submit ourselves to the discipleship of Christ. Thank you.
I don't know why. I mean, seriously, I don't know why. A lot of words I could use to describe most Christians are most firmly in control of themselves is probably not one of them. I mean, I've known some, don't get me wrong, I'm not lumping all of them, but as a blanket statement, I wouldn't say firmly in control of themselves is really something that I would expressly say. Whew, have you seen my Royal Room Rumbles? Firmly in control of themselves is not something I would apply to the people that I meet in Christian rooms on YouTube. Just going to give you the tip right now.
Right. This I hope this comes in less than 10 minutes, since we're doing it all on the fly. It's a really good kind of introduction to Bob's take on what Christianity is. There was, until the end, there was not a whole lot about what would make Christianity better for the world. There are a lot of questions, like if the purpose...
Well, in fairness, he said that if Christianity is better than ancient civilizations a lot of the time, like, it's better than the people that enslaved people ages ago. He made no comparisons with secular humanism whatsoever, which Matt actually did. He said, okay, we've got Christianity, we've got secular humanism, here's why it's better. Bob just sort of said, hey, Christianity's better than nothing at all, kind of thing. It was very, very strange. He didn't really give any reason why Christianity, apart from co-opting a whole load of things that humans just do naturally, like fellowship and education and art and culture. He didn't really give any sort of reason why, apart from co-opting those, he didn't give any reason why Christianity is actually better than secular humanism.
Purpose of Christianity is to reflect God to the world. I think you need to show why reflecting your idea of God to the world makes the world a better place, not just that it does. The same thing's true when you talk about a consistency of vision and direction. If it's consistent, then why are there thousands of denominations that disagree on every single point of doctrine? I don't see Christianity as consistent. I think you're going to find differences between the First Baptist Church, the Second Baptist Church, the Pentecostal Church, the Methodist Church, the Catholic Church, and all the others that you're going to find on one block in Austin. Now, there's still some commonality between them for sure. But If the goal is striving ever upwards, he said, upwards towards what? Towards a God, towards a heaven, towards an afterlife. There's no real clarity that this life means anything within.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's striving upwards. I mean, I would even question what upwards means. You know, a sort of, at least secular humanism can say, well, the flourishing of humans, the well-being of humans, the flourishing of society, the financial well-being of society, the social fabric being stronger, and like there's a million things you can sort of point to. But what is the glory of God? How do we measure that? How do we quantify that? Because we can quantify all the rest, right? And this is the word I was actually looking for when I was sort of talking about science, examining things in sort of a maybe not objective, because you are working for data, but at least an empirical way. You can quantify things and say, hey, this is better than that. How do we do that with the glory of God? I don't understand it at all. And I'd love for somebody to explain it in a quantifiable way. But I'd like there to be, so if doctors get together, they're going to say, hey, all of this fatty food is bad for your heart. That's quantifiably bad. We've measured, the fat indexes, the body mass indexes, this, and this, and we all, it is not a matter of opinion that being sort of maybe obese or something is bad for your heart, kind of thing. We don't get that with Christianity. We get a million different ideas about what happens. It's kind of very, very hard to in some way pin down what upwards means, because there's no quantifiable way that one thing is better than another. It just all seems to be opinion
Within Christendom, other than it's where you are essentially being tested to see which afterlife you're going to get. Either whether you consider that just a dispensation of grace that is irrelevant to what you do here, or whether you think that your actions here have consequences on that. At the end of the day, all of this, according to Christianity, is going to go away.
Well, I mean, Matt's got a point. However, you could make the argument from the Christian side that if societal well-being is the test, then it doesn't matter that it's a test or not. I think that the idea that you're forgiven for transgressions is undercuts that. Because Matt's got a point. Like, if this is just a test run to see what bucket you end up in after you die, like either heaven or hell, or annihilation, or whatever they believe, basically, then what's the point of actually doing anything in this life? Like, this life is meaningless. But if that test is somehow geared towards the betterment of society, or even arbitrarily for some sort of side effect gives betterment of society, then you could make that argument. But that again is undercut, because it's not actually the betterment of society that gets you into heaven or hell. It's believing and asking for atonement and being forgiven. So you don't have to achieve that in order to go into the bucket you want, basically. So yeah, he's got a point. It could be countered, but it's undercut. That counter is undercut by the fact that it isn't actually anything good that you have to do. You just have to believe and apologize for the bad you do. That's the problem.
Now, if the goal is to fill humanity with saints, I'm still not completely sure on what saints are and why having many of them would be good. So that'd be a good point to potentially hit on later. But it seems that he's also wrapped up Christianity as if it's going to adopt all the good things in the world, but stay out of secular things. Like, there's some non-overlapping magisteria going on here. It's better because it's comprehensive of God's being and nature. But what makes that better? What makes the Bob that God's advocating for? What makes his nature better? And if he doesn't exist, then clearly his nature isn't better. And if he does exist, and he hasn't.
Oh, but Matt, he's an ontological faith. Okay, I see a fight happening in the chat. Like, Daryl, just chill, mate. Like, nobody has to explain to you anything. Like, if you want to know, look it up. What are you asking? Like, seriously? I don't know, but like I do know that those greenhouse gases do trap heat basically. Um, Tangents in the chat. Tangents in the chat. Let's see. There's a NASA website here. Okay. Right. Atmospheric vapor amplifies Earth's greenhouse gas. Water vapor is Earth's most abundant greenhouse gas. It's responsible about half of Earth's greenhouse effect. Okay, so I'll link this in chat to a NASA thing. Read it at your leisure, but I really don't want there to be a fight in chat about greenhouse gases. So that link is way too long. I might have to cut it down to that. There we go. So yeah, that's the last I want to hear about the greenhouse. Like, is this chat? Are you okay? Are you okay, chat?
And he has a better nature, then it'd be nice to be able to actually demonstrate that. If we look at all of this, one of the keys is that Bob's take is that true epistemology is based in the narrative, not on empiricism, not founded on skepticism. This is probably going to be one of the key areas where.
Oh no, it's all good, Robin. I mean, I tangent all the time. Like seriously, I can't really. No, I just wonder if it's okay. Like you seem to be agreeing on climate change, but what causes it? Let's just look it up. Chat is drunk as well. It's a bit early for me. I'll have to catch you up at some point.
Where we're going to disagree, and it may be an absolute roadblock to any hope of agreement. Because if you think that truth exists in the narrative, independent of empirical verification, and you're opposed to skepticism, I don't know what to say or do to help someone realize how bad that is for determining.
Yeah, that's terrible. Like if you think a narrative is what makes something true, as I mentioned earlier, that's terrible. It's just who's got the best story. You know, so obviously Uncle Roger, who's lying all the time about stuff, obviously caught the biggest fish because he has this awesome story about being nearly dragged into the water and having to wrestle it out with, fighting, and it almost killed him. You know, the best story does not make true. In an actual case, usually it's the most boring things that are the mundanely true. But, it's
For determining truth. He seemed to suggest that the Christian story being set above nature was one of its strengths. But if we're talking about what's best for society, saying something is above nature doesn't do us any good, because you're talking about a magical realm that we have no evidence exists or impacts nature.
Well, in fairness, the glory of God is what you're interested in. So therefore, being above nature, that makes sense, because you are looking to promote something mystical or, to be fair to the Christian, supernatural. But what he hasn't explained is how that gets to a better society, which is in nature, as opposed to just focusing on the better society. So secular humanism says, hey, we want a better society. So how does the getting a supernatural glory of God get you to a better society than literally focusing on the better society? I don't know. He doesn't explain that. He just says it is.
Now, on the list of things where Christianity has impacted our lives, neither myself nor any reasonable atheist I know would ever deny that Christianity has impacted our lives in good ways and in bad ways. That's the reality of one of the world's foremost religions, if not the world's foremost religion, having impacted nearly every aspect of this. But if you take a look
at, and certainly in our culture, it's the foremost religion, right? There's no, even if you can sort of say, hey, it may not be the foremost religion in all times and all places, in our time and our place, it is the foremost religion. So I think Matt's absolutely right on that.
Take a look at the things that he listed. Not one of his positions compares Christianity to secular humanism. There is no comparison there. There is no secular humanist regime or government that you can compare it to. And so when you say, oh, Christianity did this, Christianity did this, yes, Christianity has built hospitals and schools, but that doesn't mean that without it, we couldn't or wouldn't have built more hospitals or schools.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about sort of co-opting things that humans do, like building hospitals and schools that Matt's pointing out, and sort of saying, well, that's a product of Christianity. No, it's just a product of humans. Non-Christian places have built hospitals and schools. I hate to break it to you, buddy, but they have done that. Sort of because they were done sort of, you know, I don't, do you think sort of Japan had no schooling system? Like its entire time? I don't.
When you're in the position of power, when you are in a position where you are essentially sanctioned by the government, where you are in a tax-free status, there are certain privileges.
No, Daryl, look, mate, nobody's calling you dumb, mate. No, nobody is. I don't know. No, it's okay. No, Daryl, we know you're not. Like, you correct me on stuff, mate. Like, I totally get you. It's just, you know, I just answered a question that water vapor is the most abundant thing. You know, you can be wrong about stuff and be, you know, doesn't make you stupid. It just makes you wrong about that one thing. I'm wrong all the time, mate. Like, you know, it's fine. It's all good. Like, don't think if you're wrong about something that you're not smart or not astute or not intelligent. That's just a non sequitur. You know, like, don't forget, Newton was a genius, right? So Isaac Newton was probably one of the smartest people to have ever lived. And he believed in alchemy. He thought he could turn lead into gold. He was erroneously, horribly wrong about that. Being wrong doesn't make you stupid. You know, there's no sort of thing between that.
Privileges that come with that. And Christians are Christianity is full of really good people who want to do good things, who want to go out and explore nature. Of course, they care about universities and educating, because in their view, learning about the natural world, all of the naturalists from science's history would view this as, we're trying to better understand God. And
well, I mean, I kind of see universities and things sort of coming from the Enlightenment. I don't really see that as coming from, like, there were a lot of deists and things like that during the Enlightenment, and Christianity had its contribution. I will not deny that. It's just, you know, this co-opting of this to be a Christian endeavor, that's what I have a problem with. I think it was a lot of different ideas. Deists were involved. Some atheists were involved. There was a lot of different people involved with that, but more or less it was sort of, well, let's not accept God as the final answer to why things happen. Let's look for the natural explanation.
in the process, they better understand nature. They didn't, nothing they did ever came to any sort of better understanding of a God. There's no demonstration. As a matter of fact, the more they did, the more God was pushed out of these realms, because we have no need of that hypothesis. We have no need of appealing to a God. We are trying to understand nature on nature's terms. And so when you talk about Christianity transforming lives, plenty of things can transform lives. I don't know.
Music can transform lives. Heavy metal can transform lives. I'm pretty sure that's not part, you know, originating with Christianity, although Christianity does co-opt a lot of stuff. It does. It does co-opt. It did co-opt pagan religious holidays. I'm really sorry, but it just did, and that's okay. I totally understand why. It's because when you have a whole load of people with a whole load of festivals, you know, you kind of accommodate for them. That's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That's, you know, being sensitive to people and their cultural backgrounds. Like, come on now. But you know, it co-opted the metal scene. It certainly did. It 100% did. There is no doubt that it co-opted that. But, you know, just because something's meaningful doesn't mean it has a special truth. It just means it's meaningful for you, and that's okay. But secular humanism isn't saying, hey, let's get rid of all religions and stuff. It's basically just saying, hey, religions shouldn't be able to affect negatively people's well-being. That's it. That's all. Wouldn't you agree with that? I'd love to ask Bob, like, wouldn't you agree that a religion should not be able to affect people's well-being negatively? I don't know.
I don't know which things he's trying to claim that humanists are actually making the world worse on, but I can have my suspicions, and I'm sure we can talk about some of it. But the very notion that Christianity was crucial to freeing the slaves. No, Christians in many cases were crucial to freeing the slaves. Christianity was not, and the Bible definitely was not, as the Bible allows it, permits it. The Bible doesn't have men and women as equal. So the notion that Christianity promotes equality and dignity for women is countered by the various times in the Bible when the Bible expressly says that women are subject to men, that men shall rule over them. This happens New Testament, Old Testament, Genesis 3.
Yeah, and a lot of the things on equality, Christianity kind of has been dragged kicking and screaming into the modern age when it comes to equality, especially LGBTQI rights, and things like the equality of women and things like this. It really has been playing catch up with sort of what society thinks about these things. I didn't remove anything, Daryl. I didn't change anything. I have no idea. I could possibly look for you if you want. I'm sorry, mate. I touched nothing. All right. I gotta admit, I barely go into my studio to check on stats and stuff like that. I got to admit. Where would I find it? I cannot see you in the list. I hope something hasn't stuffed up. That would absolutely bum me out. That should be in here. Oh, I'm honestly not sure, Daryl. I don't know, mate. Yeah. Was it a was it a gift sub kind of thing? Was it like a gift sub, Daryl? Yeah, I didn't touch it, man. I don't know why I would remove subscriptions. I don't know why that would be a thing. I don't think I can. I've never even tried, to be honest with you. Why would I remove subscriptions? I don't know. That would seem odd to me. That would seem really weird to me. Maybe I'm self-destructive. Yeah, so maybe it just happened to expire, mate. One of those coincidences. I don't know. I didn't touch it. I didn't touch it.
Up through First Peter 3. I mean, maybe further. I don't have all the verses memorized. Don't have all of them in front of me. But the notion that men and women are equal within Christianity, that may be true in some denominations, in some churches, but it's not rooted in the Bible, and it's not rooted in the normative history of Christianity. It would be almost as bad to come in and talk about how the Bible or how Christianity is really nice to gay folks because you went to a rainbow flag gay church in San Francisco that claims to be Christian, despite the fact that they're on no firmer grounds with the Bible than are the people who are suggesting that Christianity itself is opposed to slavery or Christianity is increasing women's dignity. Only if you read.
Yeah, he's got a point, and I think Matt should have pressed him more on LGBTQI rights. He didn't. I don't see Matt didn't really go on the offensive in this one. I think he could have pushed him a lot more.
If you redefine dignity to being subservient to a man, there are many ways in which Christianity has impacted the world. There are many ways in which Islam has impacted the world. Some of them for better, some of them for worse, some of them we don't know. But there's nothing on his list where he can say, oh, here's a direct comparison between secular humanism and what it has done and would do. And here's what Christianity has done and would do. Because many of the things that Christianity gets the credit for, like, hey, let's go study nature, let's build hospitals, let's create universities. All of those things are of value to secular humanists as well. And they wouldn't go away under secular humanist regime. It is happenstance of history that the religious favored position was the one to establish many of these schools and hospitals within our society. Whereas had religion not become as prominent, do we think that we would not be teaching people? Do we think that we would not be exploring the world and trying to understand it? This is the fundamental nature of who humans are. This is what Secular Humanist Manifestos 1, 2, and 3 to some extent we're all advocating for when we talked about setting up reason and knowledge as the foundation for understanding.
Yeah, and again, this is how I think that Bob's sort of co-opting all of these human endeavors and putting it as, well, that's sort of Christianity doing it. No. Fellowship, education, these things would exist without Christianity. It's not something that would just go away if Christianity wasn't there. I think that is he's not making any connection between the two. Just that in the past, Christians have been in charge, therefore they were the ones to set up institutions. Well, yeah, they were in charge. Yeah, it's a very weird position to take, but I've heard it very often.
Understanding the world, and that art and emotion were not to be sidelined for this. And so I have no doubt at all, would not deny at all, that Christians have done good things. I don't know to what extent Christianity has done good things, because I don't know how much the ideology can get credit for what individuals do, especially if those individuals were likely to do that beforehand in either circumstance. For example, I'm not trying to saddle Bob with anything, I'm just making a point. There are Christians who are KKK members. As a matter of fact, the KKK is, by definition, in its own words, a Christian organization. When I was a Christian, I would have never included them. I would have said, nope, they're not Christian. Nope, they're not Christian. Nope, they're not Christian. But they think they are. And it's very difficult to be pointing to a Bible as a foundation for ideas about race and slavery when it advocates for slavery, and then say, no, this is not what we're about.
Yeah, and you know, maybe he doesn't believe that the KKK is a Christian organization. You know what is a Christian organization? The Vatican is definitely a Christian organization. Okay, there are even people that will deny that. But you know, they sort of were Christian before the evangelicals were Christians, and they had to come forward and apologize for, you know, what happened to children under their watch. They had to apologize for how they treated the LGBTQI community. They had to apologize for so much wrong that they did. What leads us to believe that these Christian organizations put into power would sort of do better? I don't see any reason to believe that.
This gets into the no true Scotsman fallacy. Now, the reason I preempted that by saying I'm not trying to saddle Bob with anything, what I'm saying is, if you want to claim what Christians have done in the name of Christianity, you have to then take both the good and the bad until you can demonstrate what true Christianity is and requires and necessitates, and what necessarily comes from that.
And somehow you've got to prove that what the KKK does isn't glorifying God. If your telos that you say is the glorification of God, and that's your aim, you've got to then demonstrate that what the KKK is doing isn't glorifying God, because they think they're doing that. So you've got to demonstrate that they're not. I don't know how you go about doing that. You know, you probably have a fight over what it says in the Bible, but you know, it's kind of odd that you know, you're sort of saying, hey, well, they're not the true Christians. How do you tell? By what metric do you have to tell who are the real Christians?
You can't have one without the other.
So 20 theses to critique secular humanism.
Okay, so this just preemptively, this is the worst rebuttal. You know, I've been doing debate a while, not a huge amount of time, but I've been watching debates for ages. I've been participating in debate. This is the worst rebuttal I have ever heard from anybody ever, period. I'm not even lying. This rebuttal has nothing to do with what Matt said. It's basically a scattershot of just stuff. That is like just an extension of his introduction. It's not a rebuttal. It doesn't address anything that he said. It just is stuff. So you know, buckle up. This is absolutely horrendous.
Secular humanism. Matt, if you're invited to take down the numbers of any that you'd like to discuss. Thesis 1: human flourishing should be grounded in the organizing of man by his nature. Man is an habitual creature and should be directed to goals above mere self-interest or material concerns, to bring the best out of man and man out of himself and away from a selfish perspective. He therefore should be directed to a higher plane, which is concerned with matters of truth and virtue.
Okay, so a higher plane is something supernatural. There's no way we can sort of analyze that. And having a direction towards a higher plane doesn't get you to a better society. You're sort of saying, hey, we shouldn't concern ourselves with the material, but society is in the material. Society isn't supernatural. So the question of the debate is, how do we get to a better society? And you're basically saying, well, ignore the society. We've got better things to do up in this supernatural plane. No, that doesn't get you to a better society. What are you talking about? Like, this is silly, just silly.
Thesis 2, personal freedom is an essential element of the secular humanist worldview. Freedom, however, is not innate to the nature of man, but a condition of his circumstances. Therefore, to build a society around the belief in the individual autonomous agent is flawed. If it is a weak reality and most people have limited power over their own lives, a different foundation stone for society should be sought. Thesis.
Okay, so freedom isn't like the secular humanism doesn't basically say, hey, well, freedom. Like, it doesn't say like you have to have freedom. What it says is that personal freedom has to be couched within a responsibility to the society. It doesn't just say, hey, freedom's the goal. No, it says the well-being of humans is the goal. And sometimes you have to limit people's freedom in order to benefit the well-being of society and therefore the well-being of humans. Like, we're really looking for a balance between personal freedom and benefits to society. Like, we have to sort of talk about this balance having to be maintained. And there's some things you shouldn't ought to, people should have one of the freedoms of personal autonomy. They have a right to that. They have a right to the freedom to choose where they work or how they're doing things until that becomes detrimental to society. So he's sort of going, well, your goal's freedom. So, just unrestricted freedom is bad. Yeah, but nobody's advocating for that. This is part of the straw man he's setting up. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible.
Thesis 3, families are an obviously better foundation for society as they contain more wealth and power. They provide to society its first line in education, policing, counselling, health provision, social benefits, social care, and as such, the state should focus on the family as defined by the church. Thesis 4.
Okay, hold on. Like, he went past that real fast. So focus on the family. Yes, families are a good source of stability, but as I said, a lot of the families these days are found families, and they don't provide any less stability than nuclear families do. Families are important, but there's no reason it has to be biological families. And you're sort of saying families endorsed by the church. And why is the church suddenly coming into this? You haven't given any explanation whatsoever. He's just smuggled that in there really quick. And let me just add, this is scattershot. Matt can't possibly address any of this, right? Or rather, I'll reframe that. Matt can't address all of this. So basically, he's just throwing out thing after thing after thing, and knowing that there is not enough time, you can't address everything during a debate. He's basically gish galloping. I hesitate to use that term because gish gallop in sort of is bringing up multiple points you're expected to in your rebuttal or your introduction. But what's interesting is none of these address what Matt put on the table. So it's not really rebuttal. It's just a scattershot of stuff that he's hoping that Matt can't address all of it, and therefore it looks like he's got a victory. It's absolutely dreadful. And he's not, he's going to go on and on with this. Like, there is no human alive that could address all of this stuff. It's easy for me to after the fact, but nobody can address it during a debate. It's dishonest. It's horrible. The audience probably stopped listening, after the second one. It's bad. It's so bad.
Or progressives abuse freedom. For them, freedom is framed as a private concern connected to private property used to private ends. In contrast, the Christian understanding of the use of freedom is as a fruit of knowledge directed to a proper end, which is expressed in the pursuit of the common good.
Okay, so progressives abuse freedom because they think it's to do with them, and he's basically framing it as progressives see freedom as selfishness. As I said, we've got to couch freedom with the responsibility of community, and that's the humanist position. So he's basically saddling what any progressive thinks, and I don't even think that's what progressive thinks, to be honest with you. I think a lot of progressives would say, hey, no, freedom isn't just a selfishness. You have the freedom to do things, but it should be, you should have a responsibility to society as well. It's a horrible point because he's basically trying to say, oh, well, you guys are progressive. I'm going to saddle you with what a progressive thinks, not a humanist. Humanists don't think that personal freedom is the goal. They think that the well-being of humans is, including yourself, but others as well. So that isn't what the goal is. Stop straw manning. and then sort of says, oh, but religion has a better friend. Excuse me, your religion thinks you're slaves to Christ. It literally describes you as slaves to Christ. It describes you as sheep, literal sheep possessed by Christ. Like, I don't know how you get freedom from Christianity, because it is literally sort of described as a slavery to God, and you're happy to be slaves to God, which is fine. I'm not saying that that's, you're not allowed to, but you can't then say, hey, this is all about freedom. It's very strange. It's very strange. I don't understand this man.
Thesis 5. If I suggested the individual is a weak locus of liberty and power, it follows he is easily manipulated and formed in a myriad of ways by outside pressures and forces, such as commercialism. Observation and self-reflection strongly suggest this is true.
Nothing commercial about Christianity. Nothing has ever been commercialized in Christianity. No. No, that the Santa Claus and stuff that you're seeing at Christmas. No, that's not commercialization of Christianity. You're mistaken. Okay, you're just mistaken.
It follows that the subjective claims based on the individual self are therefore weak grounds upon which to order society. Thesis 6. Progressive hyper-individualism undermines the humanitarian ethic and thus shows the contradiction of ideas that pervades this worldview.
Humanism doesn't advocate for individualism. It's actually a collectivist kind of ideal. That's not to say it's socialist or communist, but it's collectivist. We all work together. I'm beginning to suspect that he doesn't actually know what humanism is. Like, he doesn't understand what secular humanism is, which is really weird for someone to come into a debate and not even understand the position of the people that you're talking about. This is so weird. This is so weird.
Progressive thought on race and gender critical studies cuts away at the coherence of the common narrative that binds us together and thus increases the fault lines of conflict, leading to an increase in pain and suffering. In short,
yeah, except it's not individualist. It's collectivist. And is Christianity collectivist with everybody? I mean, I know it is with other Christians, but is it collectivist with Muslims? No. And how would your government work if you decided that Christianity would take control of part of the government, and then Muslims didn't like that? What would happen? Would that be all dandy? No. Weird that, hey?
In short, heterogeneity undermines the basis for securing the universality of human rights. Thesis 7. Secular government is a Christian hangover from the medieval period. It is not established as rationally based.
Secular government is a Christian hangover. Look, the one thing I'll agree with is that Christianity probably causes a big bloody hangover. Look, I think that humanism. Okay, so here this might be controversial, but I think humanism does take on tenets from Christianity, and that's the superiority of secular humanism. It also takes on tenets from Taoism, Buddhism, Hinduism. Like, there are a lot of different things. Anywhere where anybody has a good idea that will serve humanity, that will benefit humanity, secular humanism says, that's a good idea. Let's use that. So secular humanism doesn't concern itself where an idea comes from. It doesn't care. It can be a religious person. It can be a scientist. It can be, well, a religious person and a scientist, but an atheist scientist. It can be just a philosophical thinker from ancient Greece. Anybody that has an idea that is a benefit to humanity, that is where secular humanism will say, if that idea is a benefit to humanity, it is an idea worth endorsing. And I don't think it doesn't take on all ideas from Christianity, but sort of saying, hey, because it's taken some ideas from Christianity, it is a byproduct of Christianity. No, because it's also a byproduct of Buddhism and Western classical philosophy, like, Plato and Aristotle and tons of different sources, Epicurus and, sort of all of these Democritus was an ancient Greek philosopher that we take the name of democracy from. Like, you can't say that everything is Christian just because we've used some good ideas from Christianity. It just doesn't work like that. And this is the superiority of secular humanism. It will just go, hey, that helps humans. It's a good idea. Cool. Let's use it. Because it doesn't say, hey, that's Islamic. No, we can't use that. That's antithetical to our teachings. No, it doesn't see things like that. It's a completely different way of looking at things. If anything is a good idea, it's a good idea, irrelevant of where it came from.
Better, showing that humanists are, as the historian Tom Holland put it, goldfish in a Christian bowl. Thesis 8.
Well, I don't think that's what he meant by that, to be honest with you. Hang on a sec. I don't think that's what he meant by that. I think he meant that sort of humanists were sort of surrounded by Christianity kind of thing, like that. Yeah, I'm not sure that he meant that like that.
Thesis 8. Religious freedom signified the death of the Roman idea that the peace of the society rests on its peace with the gods, an idea that carried over into the church.
The peace of the society rests with the peace of the gods. I mean, didn't Christians believe that a society was only as good as how good it was with the god? I don't see how did Christianity overcome that again?
Medieval Christendom. Religious freedom is a fruit of religious diversity, but such diversity...
Freedom is a fruit of religious diversity? How did Christianity help religious diversity? Where is he getting this stuff from? Seriously, I don't understand this. I don't, like, he's not explaining how. He's just making wild claims. I mean, he's calling them theses, which, I mean, a thesis is generally a statement or premises or proposition that you're putting out there for discussion. But really, the thesis should be the proposition of the debate. It should be how Christianity is better for society than secular humanism. But he's not. He's just creating a whole load of other debate questions. I don't. And he's sort of framing them as claims. I don't get what he's doing. And this is a rebuttal as well. Is he rebutting anything Matt said? No. He's just making claims. This is awful.
Though, has largely been cosmetic, as Christians hold essentially to the same worldview. We've genuinely only experienced real religious diversity for the last 80 years, in Europe at least, and it has brought nothing but blood to our streets and is a source of strife and conflict in our society, just as you can see today.
Oh, yeah, if everyone agreed with me, there would be no strife, you know. I love that idea. You know, well, if just everybody believed what I believe, there wouldn't be the strife we'd have today. Of course there wouldn't. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Like, it's like if the Muslim says, hey, if everyone believed in Islam, then there wouldn't be the strife we have today. Are you okay? Like, seriously? Are you okay? Because people don't agree. I mean, it's all well and good to say, well, if people agreed with me, there wouldn't be any conflict anymore. But people don't agree. And they're sort of, they may say exactly the same thing. So how do we resolve that in the real world instead of the, you know, mystical world that you're involved in, the narrative that you're involved in? How do we actually get to a better society where people will not agree? Because if nothing else, I would hope that secular humanists are kind of idealists, but at the same time, we pay attention to the real world. We examine the real world. And in the real world, people are going to disagree. Sorry, Bob. I'm sorry. Not everybody agrees with your religion, but sort of saying, hey, but if everybody did, there'd be no conflict. What? I don't know what to say to that. That is such that argument is so bad. I don't even know. You know, it doesn't make you right. Just say you had a device to change everybody's mind so they all agreed with you and the entire world became Christian. That doesn't make you right. That's the problem. Ugh.
Religious pluralism is a delegitimizing force against the secular state, because a truly secular government has no legitimacy because it represents no one.
Religious pluralism is a delegitimizing, like, so basically acknowledging that you can have multiple religions. Like this guy is a dangerous theocrat that thinks that there should only be one religion in a country. This is incredible. Like, this is so bad. I don't know how separation of church and state is delegitimizing. It sounds like he wants to go back to the days of the aristocracy and religion, basically, like sort of, you know, they're legitimate because God says they are. Whew.
Thesis 9. The state takes its own side and fills itself with an ideology to suit, known as nationalism, and therefore is not neutral.
Nationalism. I don't think he knows what nationalism is. Not all states are nationalistic. Like, because their identity is with cultural and sort of national boundaries. Like, is that what he's saying? Because nationalistic is something completely different than just having a nation. You know that, right? I'm not sure he does. Anyway, so usually a state will have a cultural identity to draw upon, like America's government has that cultural identity of the American to draw upon. Australian has that cultural identity. We don't need a religion for that. And having a religion doesn't make it any more legitimate. He thinks that maybe it does for the believers of that religion, but unfortunately, to people that don't believe that a religion, it makes them less legitimate. So you're essentially saying, hey, let's make it good for the people that believe in the religion. I don't see how that gets us to a better society, because what will happen is the people that don't believe it will be disenfranchised. And then they will seek to stop that religion from taking the obvious power that it's trying to. So I don't see how that helps society. I think this man lives in a fantasy world of how the world works. Like, oh, well, if you just make a religion part of the government, everyone will be happy and it will stop all fights. You have not been paying attention to the world, sir.
Neutral. A true state neutrality would lead to insipid values that are as unoffensive as they are ineffective. The claims by secular humanists like Matt to want a neutral...
Unoffensive as they are ineffective. So let's get offensive stuff that's very effective. It might be offensive to shoot these people on spot. Let's do that because it's effective. Rah, Bob's Utopia. Wow, it sounds like a nightmare world, to be honest with you. It really does, what he's describing. Like, you break this down to sort of what he's suggesting, it sounds like The Handmaid's Tale, to be honest with you. That's what it sounds like. Like this ultra religious dystopia that people are, just clamped down on for having any diversity of thought. Horrible. And this is the man that's saying, hey, we're going to make Christianity would be better for society under what I'm suggesting. Wow.
Neutral government are Machiavellian in nature. They desire sole control over the national curriculum. The secular humanist wishes his humanist religion to rule over the state. Secular states not committed to ideologies of any substance.
As I said, I kind of push back on that humanism's a religion. I kind of see it more as an ideology than a religion. I know that it has been described that way in the past. I'm not entirely on board, but I can see why people would say it's a religion. But we don't teach humanism per se in schools, not really. We kind of leave it up for the parents to teach an ideology or religion. We don't teach, sort of humanism so much in schools as just what's required in the school. A lot of universities are actually sort of touting themselves as being humanist establishments because it is so it works so well for it's what students want, essentially. They don't want to be part of a school that is, you know, favoring some above others, or they want equality. So do we teach humanism in schools? I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think that we sort of I think that we teach the political system, so we teach democracy and we kind of teach equality and things like that. Do we teach humanism? I don't think so, because humanism's more than just liberalism, right? It's more than just, hey, everybody should have equality. It's more than that. So I don't think we do. Maybe we teach some of it, you know, like there's some precepts that sort of liberalism and humanism sort of share, but I don't think we teach it. No, I don't remember having a humanism class in school at all. So I think he's wrong about that.
Substance have replaced ideas and values with consumerism. A consumer attitude is prevailing over all aspects of life.
Well, humanism isn't consumerism, so it isn't. You've mixed up terms there. It may be the case if consumerism is actually good for humans, like for instance, if you have competition driving innovation, for instance, we might say, hey, that's good for humans, let's take that on board. Mostly I think that sort of rampant consumerism isn't good for humans. I don't think it is. So I don't know why we're being saddled with that, because consumerism is just a part of Christianity as everything else. Like, let's face it, buy my DVDs is a catch cry for a reason. It's not like Christians aren't selling anything. Like, you don't get to say, well, you're involved in consumerism and then, you know, go on a paid debate, or, you know, have a Patreon, or, you know, like, come on, man, like, seriously.
Because the story is, this life is all you have, so enjoy it. This creates an ambiguous relationship to values and to culture.
That's not what humanism teaches. This life is all you have, so enjoy it. That is not what it teaches. I mean, yeah, you can sort of say that is definitely something that it sort of proposes, but, you know, there's also a responsibility to future generations that you're missing, and the future of humanity, and, you know, progressing humanity towards a goal of flourishing not only on this planet but off the planet as well. Like, there is so much more to humanism. So Bob doesn't understand humanism, hasn't addressed anything Matt said.
And to cultural traditions, which is responsible for the weakness of liberal secular society. Thesis 10.
Oh, the weakness of liberal secular society. Yeah, so you can tell that Bob is a right-wing, you know, I mean, it's dangerously verging towards kind of, you know, not just theocracy, but sort of nationalistic theocracy. I really think that this guy is off the deep end. I dread to think what's in his browser history, to be honest with you.
Secular humanists, governments cannot resist Islamization. The political commentator Douglas Murray has argued that the Enlightenment has failed to go deep or to go far. Humanism is an already dying idea. The sociologist Peter L.
Humanism is an already dying idea? Really? Really? Okay. Sure. I mean, you can say that, but it's actually Christianity whose numbers are going down. I mean, I must admit, I haven't looked up the numbers of humanists recently. I don't think it's dying, though, and I don't think it would be concerned if it was. That's the thing. Like, it's not attempting to take control of the government or any systems like you are, Bob. It doesn't really care. It's just a way of thinking about things. You know.
Peter L. Berger argued that the beliefs become normalized in society are immaterial to whether they are true. In this argument is the fact.
Yes, like Christianity. The beliefs normalized in society are irrelevant to whether they are true. Correct, Bob? But you've been touting off all of these things that make sort of Christianity great without realizing that applies to you too. Wow. No sense of irony, creationists, I swear. It's incredible.
the fact of the danger of secularism. It cannot stop the normalization of Islam and all that follows. Thesis 11.
It cannot stop the normalization of Islam. Yeah, and how's Christianity doing on that front? Do we want to stop the normalization of Islam? Most Islamic people, I got to say, they don't do anything horrible. Just like most Christians don't do anything horrible. Like you're looking at these people like they're all terrorists. Like we don't oppose Islam specifically. We don't oppose it. It's just we oppose anything bad for humans. So if that version of Islam is bad for humans, then we oppose that. Yes, just like we oppose any version of Christianity. But we don't oppose people believing what they want. If they want to believe in Islam, then as long as they're not harming anybody else, they're free to do so. That's the wonderful thing about secular humanism. But you want to stop them believing in a different religion. And you think that's better for society, and it's not. It's why you get religious wars. But he's just too short-sighted to realize it. He's too short-sighted to realize that, you clamping down on a religion doesn't make society better. It makes it worse. It's horrible. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree. I don't oppose Muslims, I oppose Islam. Yes, absolutely.
The concept of humanity is unsustainable from a materialistic perspective. It only exists because of a Christian scaffold of metaphysics, and when this is denied...
A Christian scaffold of metaphysics. Yeah, so tell me you're a precept without saying I'm a precept. No, Western society doesn't have a scaffold of Christianity. It definitely was, largely influenced by Christianity in the past. But if you want to go to the base foundations of Western society, you really have to go to the classical period of Greece and all of the great thinkers. I mean, I mentioned Democritus earlier, who would get democracy. It is one of the fundamental things in Western society. A lot of the other things that come from Western to Western society are via the classical Greek era, like sort of some of the principles of science. Some of the principles of science come from the Enlightenment, which definitely isn't Christianity. Things do come from Christianity, though, because it was such an influence. But you can't then just claim everything today under the banner of Christianity. No, we've learnt from a lot of different things as we've gone across. We've learnt from classical Greece. We've learnt from deists. We've learnt from atheists. We've learnt from all kinds of people. That's the whole point. We're all humans, we're all humanity, and we all contribute. But you want to sort of say, hey, because Christianity was, killing people to remain in power, then it's got to be the origin of everything. No, get out of here, man. Like, seriously, who do you think you're trying to fool? Like, you want to argue that democracy came from Christianity and not sort of Democritus of ancient Greece? Come on, dude. Get out of here. What are you talking about?
It collapses. It was culturally defined by certain elite groups to the exclusion of others, and we find that secular humanists continue to do this and are wholly inconsistent around the rights of the unborn child. Thesis 12. Rationality leads to tyranny as the ordering of society.
Rationality leads to tyranny. Can we just pass that for a second? I don't want to be rational because it leads to tyranny. How do you cross the road? Do you use rationality, or you just let Jesus take the wheel? What are you doing?
Ring of society along rational lines leads to a restriction on thought and practice. Everything becomes measured by a cost-benefit matrix. Everyone is seen as an end to a means. Functionality and advantage trump all other considerations such as value, truth, and aesthetics.
Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. No, rationality doesn't lead to restricted thinking. It leads to accuracy. And like this whole idea, like, what do you think gets to you to the truth? Rationality or irrationality? I don't understand what he's using in his life to say, oh, well, I like to be irrational. Like, when I've got a goal set out, when I want to, get from point A to point B, instead of rationally deciding a course, I just go in a random direction. I'm completely irrational. Like, what do you think you are using to make this argument? Badly, I might add. Maybe you are. Maybe you're actually using irrationality because you're trying to appear to be rational. I don't. This is baffling. Rationality gets you to limitations in thinking. Should we just think anything? Will that get us to what's true? And aesthetics, I don't. Rationality isn't applied to aesthetics. I don't. What a weird man. What a weird man.
Rationality strips man of his dignity and turns him into a cog in a machine.
Strips him of his dignity and turns him into a cog in a machine. Rationality. I don't understand how rationality makes you a cog in a machine. I think that rationality gets you to the best outcomes. You know, if I want to cross the road, I don't just go with my gut sense. I actually be rational about it. I look for traffic. I listen for traffic. I make a rational decision over whether it's safe to cross the road or not. I don't just go on gut instinct, because people that do that end up at smears on the floor. This is the thing. People that want to like criticize rationality, they'll use it every day in their lives, right? They'll use it for everything. Or mostly everything. You know, there's some things you make gut reactions on, sure, but when you're actually considering, you know, which home loan you're going to take, or whether you're going to invest in something or not invest in something, or whether you're going to take this action in work or not this action in work, or this possibly this other direction in work, you're using rationality. You're going, okay, what are the outcomes of this, and what will it logically lead to? You're always using rationality, or, you know, trying to use rationality and think as rationally as possible instead of just using instinct and emotion, because it doesn't get you good outcomes. You know, if you just pick the thing that your gut says, it doesn't get you a good outcome when you're doing work, for instance. But the one thing that they don't want that to apply to is a God. They basically go, well, you know, rationality is useless. It's this horrible thing. It locks you down. You can't do it, but you use it every day, except that you don't want it to apply to a God because you can't rationally come to the idea that a God exists.
The tool of a rationally ordered society. The tyranny of consensus follows in the footsteps of the priests of reason.
No, it's just what there's plenty of disagreement on, you know, logic and reason. That's why there's schools of philosophy kind of thing. What are you talking about? It's just when you this is a weird. Daniel Hickachu made this argument as well, that rationality isn't good. It's like, well, hang on a second. How else do you decide what you do in your life? Are you just going through life not thinking about anything? It's a really weird argument, because, you know, you're sort of talking. Are you being tyrannical if you tell your children to, you know, sit down and think about it and what the outcomes will be? Are you being a tyrant in that case? Is that what you want your kids to do? Just behave irrationally? It's really weird, this current sort of theist attack on rationality as being bad when they use it every day of their lives. The problem is, I think that they just have a problem with it applied to God, and that's what they're sort of pushing back on.
Thesis 13.
Should we run a society without rationality, just on whoever feels they should do at the time? Is that going to get us a good outcome, do we think? How do you evaluate that? Should you just go with your gut instinct as well? What Bob's proposing here is just pure chaos. Like, oh, you just go with what you think. We never check to see whether anything's working. We never evaluate whether anything's working. We just go with whatever we think. What a dystopian, horrible society Bob's advocating for here. It's awful. It's an absolute nightmare. Well, yeah, Rob, in the Dark Ages. Yeah, I get it.
The secular study of religion as given by the sociologist Roderick Ninian Smart holds that a religion should be studied for its content and practice in the following fields: doctrinal, experiential, methodological, ethical, ritual, historical, social, and material. The application of this study, as Matt has already seemed to admit, that humanism is an Epicurean religion. We can see that secular humanism is taking on the trappings of a religion and has done so before. See Auguste Comte. Humanism as a religion is bigotry against Christianity, which is
the victim complex. Oh, it's bigotry against Christianity. No, stopping you from being a bigot is not bigotry. That's the thing. It's not. Like, just because we don't allow Christians to do whatever they want to whomever they want anymore doesn't make it bigoted. I'm sorry. That, like, yeah, this victim complex of, oh, but us Christians are being told not to, be mean to people and not to tell, gay people that they're going to burn in hell. It's bigotry. Immune to irony. They're just immune to irony. I don't know why that no, we're not. We're also telling sort of Islamic people they can't be bigoted as well, and we're telling that doesn't make us bigoted.
Which it is constantly defining itself against and constantly contending with in society as a historical matter of fact. Thesis 14. Humanists accept an ordering of being and place humans on top. However, on what basis can they accept any order of being to do so?
Okay, so it's subjective. It's because we're humans. That's it. It's subjective. We're humans. Bob, we're humans.
Why is man more important than an ape?
Because we're humans. Because we're not an ape. I don't. Did you need more? Like, it's because I'm human and the people that I care about are human. And yeah, maybe that's subjective, but that's the way it is. That's why we are important to us, because we're all human. And just for your information, Bob, and I think it shows a lot about your position on evolution, we are also apes as well.
Ape. Why save your neighbor's baby from a burning building rather than your neighbor's cat? The dignity of man is in.
Well, because they're human and I'm human. And I might save the cat, sure, but that's because it's important to a human.
Man is innate, however, within the Christian narrative. Innate dignity cannot be established within a humanist narrative, as they are committed to a materialistic worldview as viewed scientifically. Which
why do you need innate dignity? I'm not sure I understand. Like, what do you mean by innate dignity?
Can convey no priority. Christianity raises man's dignity to that as a little below the angels, rather than, as the humanist would have you believe, a little above the ape.
Well, that's only if the angels exist. That's only if the angels exist. And let's face it, Lucifer was an angel, wasn't he, Bob? Riddle me this. If angels are so great, what about Lucifer?
Thesis 15. Humanism devalues nature's.
And plus, Christianity always says that humans are fallen and sort of garbage and sort of, horrible and all these things kind of thing. It doesn't raise us up to beneath the angels. It sort of says that we are worthless. In view of God, we deserve to be annihilated or tortured forever because we're so bad. I don't know why you think it's raising us up when it's basically saying, hey, we're scum in comparison to everything else. Like, I would push back on that one a little.
Use nature's intrinsic dignity as a mere resource and tool to man's achievement and betterment. Nature has no intrinsic value, but as it approaches the concerns and needs of man. Christianity.
Again, I don't know what you mean by intrinsic value. Value is such an odd word to use because, value is subjective. I might value something and you might not value it. I don't see that intrinsic sort of suggests an objective value, and I find that very weird.
Christianity, by contrast, teaches that nature has an intrinsic dignity independent of man, to which man is responsible in his role as God's priest in God's.
Okay, so what this is, and I'll name the fallacy here, this is appeal to consequences, right? So he's basically saying, hey, if there is no God, then nobody has any intrinsic value, kind of thing. That might well be the case, right? It may be that we are simply have the value of the atoms that make us, or the, you know, fields that make us. That might be true. That being uncomfortable for us, or us not liking that, has no impact on whether it's true or not. It sort of goes along the lines of, well, if you know, if the police didn't catch that killer, you know, they've got someone locked up, but if the police didn't catch that killer, there's a killer running around somewhere. Yeah, but just because you don't like that consequence of that doesn't mean it's not true, right? That one thing does not lead to another. So he's just appealing to consequences, saying, oh, but I like there to be intrinsic value for people. So if this worldview is true, then there is no intrinsic value. Yeah, and that might be true. What? Just because you don't like it doesn't make it not true.
In God's world, a world declared good before man was created by God. Thesis 16. Truth narratives influence how we perceive data. There is no epistemic neutrality that is possible. Evidence is always interpreted via narrative. Because there is no neutrality, we assert truth within our own paradigm. The paradigm we think in sets the limits of the horizon that we can see and what we believe is possible. It does not therefore represent what horizons are real. Thesis 17.
Yeah, that's true. Your paradigm doesn't show what's real, but you're the one claiming to have ontological faith, like access to what is really real. This is the weird thing that Bob does. He's like, but basically at the start, he basically says, presup, I know truth, and then basically goes on to say, oh, well, because you don't have access to this truth, it's just your paradigm. Well, yeah, but the same applies to you, mate. I don't see why you're trying to leverage this against Matt when exactly the same thing applies to you. You don't have access to this truth either. You claim to. Your reasoning or your reasons for it is your epistemology, but that's epistemology, not ontology. Wow.
17. Humanists are stuck in a materialistic prison with which epistemically preferences parts over purpose in their discursive nature.
Okay, as far as we know, there is only this. I mean, that's a pretty straw man thing there, but this physical prison. Hey, if you want to escape the physical prison, so be it. Go for it, mate. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, do you have access to something I don't? Can you show you have access to that higher plane of being? Because, I mean, people claim they have access to a higher plane of being all the time. They can't prove it. So demonstrate that, Bob.
However, metaphysics comes before epistemology, as the narrative is used to frame the evidence. Thus, you can only defend a theory of knowledge in the light of the knowledge that you have already attained. Thesis 18. The supernatural is beyond falsification. It stands above nature. Miracles, therefore, can only be experienced and witnessed. Thesis 9.
It stands above nature, so it can only be experienced and witnessed. So you can't test them to see if they're real or not. That's bloody convenient, isn't it? That's like these things are just claims that are really flimsy, like incredibly flimsy, and they're not in any way related to what Matt said. Nothing of this is a rebuttal. All it is just scattershot.
Thesis 19. Non-material realities do exist, such as laws of logic, consciousness, mathematics, meaning.
Yeah, they're abstracter. Hey, if you want to claim that God's an abstract, I'm cool with that. God's a concept. Great. Fantastic. Cool. I don't. It boggles the mind, really.
Values, emotions, they exist and yet are not material realities. Therefore,
well, exist is a weird word. What you mean by exist is a weird word. You're making it do some very heavy lifting there. Because when we say, hey, something exists, in one frame, we're sort of saying it's concrete, like, you know, this chair exists, right? Like it exists as a concrete. But when you're saying, hey, this law exists, you're saying it is a thing, like it does have some sort of causal kind of relationship, but you're not saying it's a concrete. You're saying it's sort of an abstract that we enforce ourselves. So exist is kind of a really funny thing. So he's kind of conflating what exist means in philosophy with what we say exists sort of in a colloquial sense. So he's really doing some heavy conflating with the term exists. Because when we say, hey, this law actually exists, we're only talking about existing in virtue of the legal system, right? So if you imagine that or this character exists, right? Like you say, hey, but you know, Ryu exists in Street Fighter, you know, just to pick something random. I'm sorry if my video game choice is terrible. Ryu exists. You're only meaning in the reference, in virtue of that world kind of thing, in virtue of that system of abstracts. You're not actually saying it's a concrete in the real world. So he's making this exist do a real bit of heavy lifting. Well, if these things exist, then God exists. Well, God can just be an abstract. It only exists in the Christian paradigm, in the Christian story, in the Christian narrative. That's where it exists. So it is not a concrete in the real world. It is just an abstract. And I'm fine with that. I would agree. God's an abstract character in a fictional story. Sure, it exists there. But as I said, he's really conflating this exists to do some real heavy lifting that God actually is a concrete in the real world. Yeah, you're right, Daryl. Number 5 doesn't exist. No number exists. You can't show me a 5. You can't place a 5 anywhere. It doesn't exist in the real world.
Therefore, we can believe in something based on effects or experience alone, without direct observation of the thing itself. Emergent properties like gravity, wind, and the mind are other examples. The essay.
Gravity, wind? Wind is... What? Huh? Just because we can't see it doesn't mean we can't observe it. Like, we can tell when wind pushes over a barn or something. Like, can you show me a god doing the same thing? No, of course you can't. I don't. This is so strange. Like, why you would act like sort of compare gravity to a god is just beyond me. I'm so baffled. Bob, you're a fountain of bafflement for me.
The essay is not subject of the essay is not the subject of the empirical study, but the effects or the source of its origin, and is yet evidently present and remains part of the real. Therefore, we can say the
part of the real. The effect, so he's really doing again some very heavy lifting with saying, well, the effect is not part of the thing itself. Well, with gravity, that's not true. It does have an effect. It's the warping of space-time, so that causes the effect, which therefore we know that gravity is a thing. We can sort of observe the effects, sure, but the effects that you're talking about from a god, the only one that I've agreed with actually comes from a god is psychological, and psychological effects can come from abstracts. Like, for instance, the 2 girls that killed somebody for believing Slender Man wanted them to do it. Psychological effects can do that. They can have effects that carry over into the real world. For instance, the fictional god that you believe in has caused all kinds of killing. That doesn't mean that that's real if it's a psychological effect. But no one's claiming that gravity is you're really conflating here, because we can trace back that effect of gravity. We can't trace this back to a god, and that's where you have to show that the effects that this god is causing is actually from the god and not just a psychological effect. You've got to show that. That's on you, buddy. You can't just say, hey, things cause effects, therefore the thing that caused that effect is a concrete real, like as you was trying to say, part of the real. The real. I mean, I presume he means reality instead of like a fishing reel or something. I mean, I don't know. I could believe anything at this point, but you've got to show that the cause is more than psychological. so weird. Like, he's really just trying to conflate, hey, if something has an effect, it's got to be real. Well, you know, that means Slender Man exists. That means, you know, Freddy from Friday. That means anything that is an abstract actually is part of the real. That means Allah is real, and that means the gods of Hinduism are real. Like, what are you talking about? This is nonsense.
Non-material world exists and does interact with the material world, such as, for example, dying of a broken heart, the ending.
No one dies of a broken heart. Like, that's just a metaphor, man. That's a metaphor. Like, this guy doesn't even understand metaphors. He probably thinks something's literally written on his heart. Holy crap. This is baffling.
The ending of addictions because of mystical visions. Therefore, if...
Okay. So the endings of addictions through mystical visions. Now, this carries some weight to it. So, people that have had strong and powerful hallucinogens do claim that it has stopped their habits like smoking and things like that. It actually has some scientific weight behind it. But if you're dealing with something that alters your neurology and your, you know, brain chemistry, having a behavioral change as a result of that, I don't know why you'd attribute that to something that is in some way abstract or non-physical or supernatural. That's just changing your brain chemistry. Why does it happen? We don't know. That doesn't mean it's God doing it. It doesn't mean it's something that is because at the end of the day, it still is physical. It's still your brain chemistry changing. It's still your neurology changing. It's still those chemicals affecting your brain. Nobody's claiming it's this sort of, you know, non-physical thing that's causing your you know, addiction to go away because you had some ayahuasca or something. Like, nobody's claiming that.
Therefore, if minds are an emergent property of bodies, could it not be said that knowledge of the super property of minds and
if minds are an emergent property of body, could it not be said, and he cut out there, whether
material connection to a supernatural reality verified by countless experience?
Well, I mean, yeah, but you have to demonstrate that those countless experiences of religious people are in fact what they're saying they are. You can't just say, hey, people have had this experience, they agree that it's religious, therefore that religious thing exists. You can't do that. You're appealing to popularity at that point. It's just an ad populum. Well, a lot of people believe this, so therefore it's true. No, you've got to demonstrate that is actually the case, and not just because when people feel these feelings, and we know this because atheists that have deconverted say the same thing, that when you have a feeling of awe or that you're a small part of a larger thing, that you are connected in some way to all of these other living things in the world in general. Interconnectedness is what I'm after. You're told when you're religious, that is God doing that, right? That's God. You're told over and over, that's your connection with the Holy Spirit. That's your connection with God. That's your connection with Allah. They're told that again and again. So is that feeling actually coming from God, or are you just told that feeling is the feeling that's coming from God? Because I can feel that. Atheists feel that. People that, you know, don't follow religion can feel that. It's just we don't ascribe it to a God. So you've got to show that feeling is actually connected to a God, not just assert it, which is what you're doing.
I'm probably not going to finish this one, I'm afraid, unless you give me more time. The last one, sir.
Go for it.
Yeah, go for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Matt's sort of like, go for it. I don't care. It's not rebutting me anyway. Like, I don't know why I have to pay attention to this, because if this was a formal debate, I would just say they didn't address anything I had to say, and he'd be 100% right. Bob is failing to understand what a debate is at the moment by having a rebuttal that doesn't rebut anything. I mean, I hate to be harsh, but that's asinine. Your rebuttal is not a rebuttal.
Thank you very much. That's very gracious of you, Matt. So Thomas Kuhn demonstrated that science is based on assumptions about the character of the universe rather than merely an empirical facts. These assumptions are a paradigm and compromise a collection of beliefs, values, and techniques.
No, science is based on empirical facts. Where do you think we get assumptions of the universe? What assumptions are we making that's not empirical? Like, we draw everything from empiricism, what we see, what we observe, what we feel, kind of thing. What's the base assumptions? Are you talking about uniformity, induction? Can you explain this? No, you're not going to explain this.
Using techniques that are held by a given scientific community, which legitimize their systems and set the limits of their own powers of description. I would add, which are built upon a Christian narrative. So, for example,
no, they're not built on a Christian narrative. No. Only insofar as the original people doing science wanted to find out how God was actually going about doing things, like in the natural world. Like, how did this work? That's all they did. They were called natural philosophers, and they basically wanted to know how exactly God was causing this to happen in nature. Which it's kind of a genetic fallacy that he's making. Now, a genetic fallacy is one that sort of says, hey, the origin of the thing is the thing itself, right? So if an idea, just say you say, well, numbers came from Arabic ideas, or zero came from Arabic ideas, I beg your pardon. So therefore, mathematics is an Arabian endeavor. No, that's a genetic fallacy. What the origin of something doesn't define what it is now. So you claiming that it's sort of a Christian thing, no, it's not. No. And the Enlightenment had a lot to do with the development of modern science, and that wasn't Christians. That was mostly deists, which is different. And it was some atheists as well. And some Christians in there, sure, but you can't claim that it was a Christian endeavor, the Enlightenment. It's amazing how fast Christians skip over the Enlightenment as really contributing to our understanding of science, and they just skip over it like it's really not important.
So, for example, there's no empirical evidence that demonstrates that there is an objective reality shared by all rational observers, that this objective reality is governed by natural laws that are consistent and repetitive, that reality can be discovered by means of systematic observation and experimentation, that nature has uniformity of laws, and most of all things in nature must have at least a natural cause, that experimental procedures will be done satisfactorily without any deliberate or unintentional mistakes.
Okay, so uniformity of nature, uniformity of nature will work until we find that it doesn't. I don't see why, and sort of, again, I'm not going to go into the problem of induction. It's too long and it's too hard to explain. But the idea that things happened in the past the same as they're happening now, without that uniformity of nature, how do you get anything done? Like, how do you go to work and do the same job expecting the same result if you do not understand that the uniformity of nature says that if you do the same thing will happen? How do you cross the road, like my earlier example? Like, you can't. You could say, hey, this time when I look both ways and listen, a car could come along because there's no uniformity of nature. You use it every day. And this is another thing apart, rationality, uniformity of nature. Then you use it every single day to say, hey, well, the physics and the constraints of this world will be the same as they are in the past. You use it too. You just don't want it applied when it's inconvenient for you, which is sad.
That will influence the results, that experimenters won't be significantly biased by their presumptions, and that random sampling is representative of the entire population.
It is. So he's basically talking about statistics, the entire field of statistics. We know that if you flip a coin again and again and again, you will approach the true value of probability for that coin. I'm really sorry, mate, but this is pretty well established. Like, so you're pushing back on the entire field of statistical analysis at the moment, which is crazy. Like, I don't understand where these people come from. It's sort of, do you think that flipping a coin has a 50-50 or roughly 50-50 chance of either side? It's like the p values like 0.004999999. Like, it's slightly more to the tail side than the head side. Tiny bit, but we know from doing these, like there was a guy that sat down and he like flipped the coin like 1,000,000 times or something. Like I'm not even joking. Like we learnt about it in my statistics class. Yeah, so I'm not sure what it was, but somebody like a guy in like I think it was the 1800s or something. They sat down and they just flipped it and flipped it and flipped it. And basically it came to exactly what we expect as the probability. Statistical probability is just a thing. It's been demonstrated over and over and over. I don't know why you'd even push back about it.
Population. However, Christianity underpins these unproven assumptions. Thank you. So, Matt, thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you for being gracious.
Okay, so I don't know why it goes to Bob here. Usually in MDD, whoever did the last speaking is the one to start and address a topic. I really think they should have let Matt at least latch on to one of these ridiculous sort of claims that he's made in this. Or if I had been there, I would have started up with, yeah, well, you had the last talk, I will start. I really think that this was scattershot. It just is just throwing things out there so I can't possibly address them all. But let's address one or two, right? So let's address one or two. But, you know, it's really dishonest. And it didn't rebut anything I had to say. So it wasn't more a rebuttal. It was more just a scattershot of claims, all of which can't be addressed in the narrow time frame we've got. So that's probably what I would say. It's really dishonest. Like it's sort of Kent Hovind levels of dishonesty. He knows what he's doing. He knows Matt can't address all of them. He just wants to get them all out there, and he doesn't care if he uses his rebuttal time to do it. He just wants to get it out there so Matt can't address it all, which is really crappy, really horrible thing to do.
Gracious in allowing me to have a little bit of extra time. I just want to ask you first off, do you recognise a 9-month child unborn as being alive?
Okay, so this is basically what it gets into. It's an abortion debate. He wants an abortion debate. He didn't ask for one, but that's what he wants.
Yes.
Do you agree that, therefore, in a termination of that unborn child, that we're ending a life?
We don't do that, but yes.
You don't end a life?
No, we don't tend.
No, you idiot. A 9-month-old isn't ended a life where you do a C-section. What are you talking about? Like, seriously. And we can even sort of stop a pregnancy prematurely, and we don't kill it. We if it can be delivered, we deliver. He's an idiot.
We don't tend to eliminate a 9-month fetus.
Yeah, I'm not surprised Matt's laughing, because what are you talking about?
Generally speaking, under extreme circumstances, something like.
Oh, we do. Yeah, no, we totally end 9-month-old. We just kill the baby. Yeah, sure. Bob, you're an idiot.
That might happen, but yes, it would be ending a life.
But so we do.
No, actually, we don't.
We don't. So there's no 9 months.
The overwhelming majority of abortions take place in the first trimester, then later into the second trimester, and generally we have limits on what can legally be done. And abortion, by the way, is the termination of a non-viable pregnancy at that point. A fetus that can live, what we do is deliver it at the 8-month, at the 9-month point. That's by C-section, whatever else. That's generally speaking, there is no right to that. And abortion, by the way, is not the right to kill, is the right to terminate a pregnancy, which is a matter of the natural order, will result in the death of a fetus at most points throughout pregnancy. But I don't see where that has anything to do with this, but go ahead.
Okay, so
I probably wouldn't have said go ahead, to be honest with you. I think Matt is sort of playing into his, well, let's waste time on one specific issue trying to prove you're a bad man, rather than look at what is the best for society. Like, you know, this is just one issue of a myriad of issues, has nothing to do with your rebuttal. You know, I would take the time to point out, hey, yours wasn't a rebuttal, and I can't possibly address all of your scattershot that you put out with all these what you call theses. The thesis is secular humanism or Christianity better for humanity? And you didn't explain in any of them why it is. You just claimed it was so. You're not explaining why, but let's latch on to this one and let's examine why this. which, you know, I mean, it's very easy for me in hindsight to say, hey, Matt should have done this and Matt should have done that. Matt's going to do his own debates. I'm going to do my own debates. It's, you know, I respect him. This is really what I would have done. So if there's any sort of Dillahunty fanboys about to tear my throat out, just realize I'm just saying from my perspective what I would have done. And, you know, I may have done a lot worse than Matt in this debate, right? I'm not saying I would have done better. And again, it's very easy for me after the fact to say, hey, it would have been great to do this. Oh yeah, I get to watch it and in my own time review it and things like that. So I'm not saying Matt necessarily did anything wrong. I'm just sort of saying what I would have done, and that is to point out Bob's insane level of dishonesty already.
I allowed you to speak, so allow me to reply. The reality is,
go ahead.
the reality.
Yeah, Matt did say go ahead. That's really passive aggressive. I think, yeah, he's sort of picking a fight early on and sort of trying to sound, oh well, Matt won't let me talk. He said go ahead, dude. I don't like, why are you being an ass about it?
The reality is that we do have 9-month terminations. We do have them increasingly on demand. I'm speaking from the British context, perhaps.
No, you don't. Britain has limits on where there can be an abortion. And after that, it is only if the health of the woman is actually impacted. So he doesn't even know his own laws. I looked it up, and I'll look it up again. I looked it up when I was sort of getting an idea of what I was in for with this one. It's all of Europe is 10 to 14 weeks in most countries. It's first trimester, and specific circumstances, generally when it represents a serious danger to the life or the physical well-being of the woman, do they terminate pregnancies later. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. I'll look up the exact thing. Yeah, and 0.1% occurred at over 24 weeks. So, and it is only done when the health of the woman is going to be impacted. So he's just lying, essentially. Just lying, you know, like you do. Like you do. Because why not? Like, does anybody think that England allows abortion up to 9 months to kill the baby, like kill the child? Like, does anybody actually believe that? Does anyone actually believe that? Of course they don't. They deliver it. Because at 9 months, the baby's going to be born anyway. Like, it's such a dumb argument. Like, seriously, it's so silly.
Perhaps things are different in America, but it's a pretty much known fact in the UK.
No, well, a known fact. Yeah, no.
That we've got abortion on demand, regardless of whether...
Abortion on demand. Okay, well, I mean, look, this is not like, yeah. Abortion on demand. So 0.1% occurred over 24 weeks. 0.8 were performed to save the life of the pregnant woman. 63% were performed for medical or physical health reasons. And 36% were performed because of fetal anomalies or abnormalities. So things where it is a medical reason, they allow. That's it. You can't say it's just on demand. There has to be a good reason for doing so.
Of whether the child is viable or not. But the point that I'm getting to is that, am I right in understanding that you and the vast majority of secular humanists would agree with the idea, but you particularly would agree with the idea of abortion right up to 9 months? Is that fair, or am I?
No.
You don't
First
agree?
of all,
No, and I don't think most secular humanists would agree with abortion right up to 9 months, because, yeah, there should be some sort of responsibility the person takes, whether they do want to have the child or do not want to have the child, and that's fine. But you know, at 9 months you're delivering the baby anyway. You're not aborting. so stupid.
Because first of all, I don't get to speak for the majority of secular humanists, but also, as I just pointed out, it's not an abortion at that point; it's a delivery.
Yeah.
You have the right to terminate a pregnancy. You don't have the right to kill.
Okay, so this is just semantics. Termination.
It's not
is the
semantics.
end. Termination is
Termination is the end of a
Okay,
pregnancy. It's
if
not
we
the
go
end of a
to-
fetus.
If we, sorry, if we're just going to talk over one, and then I'll just talk over you, and this whole conversation breaks down.
Well, we
Well,
need
if
to
you're
go
not
back
going to
to
tell the truth and you're not going to take the answers
No,
that I'm
no,
giving,
I'm not
One second, Bob.
accepting
So-
your sophism and
Okay.
your use of language.
that's fine.
Sophism, yeah, no, like the thesis he present is one of the most sophism ridden things I've ever heard. Like it's really bad. You know, he's just trying to needle Matt now. Usually in a debate, there's always a little bit of back and forth and a little bit of stuff. He's just basically he's being an ass just for the sake of being an ass. Like, you know,
That's fine. Don't accept it. Go ahead.
Thank you. So the reality is that as I understand Matt's position, and he can correct me if he's wrong, but he does support the idea of abortion without limit.
Literally
Right,
just corrected you on that
No,
right before
no.
you said it.
he didn't say abortion without limit. He said no. You asked him specifically, do you support abortion up to 9 months? And he said no. What the hell are you doing, sir? What are you doing? And he never said if he supports abortion up to 9 months for medical reasons or what the criteria was. So for you to frame it as unconditional, like, what are you doing? This is really a straw man. It's terrible. Matt's position was not, I support, you know, unconditional abortion up to 9. There is no way that was his position.
You said it.
So
Literally just
you
corrected
just
it.
redefined it.
So you did
No,
just-
sir.
Thank you.
Okay,
You just
if you want
redefined
to
it.
say
Just one
that my
second.
No, he's trying to point out that 9 months it's a delivery, but he may not supported anything above 12 weeks or something, like you know, 3 months. You don't bother to ask him for nuance. You just ascribe to him a position. It's really dishonest.
One
that my
second.
correction
Did
is a
say what you said,
redefinition. You're still wrong about what my position is.
I'm gonna ask you to unmute there, Bob. So let's try to mitigate the crosstalk. If we can't find like a rhythm that we can get into with each other, we will go into 1 minute back and forth. So let's just try again there, fellas.
So basically, the thing is, Matt has been saying again and again and again in countless and repeated debates that humanism doesn't support killing. But it does, because it supports the idea of abortion. And abortion is the taking of human life. Let's be clear what happens in abortion, especially as in the latest.
Okay, here comes the appeal to emotion. I can smell it. I can smell it. But yeah, I mean, basically, it promotes a number of things, and one is the bodily autonomy of humans as well. So in these cases where we have these things that we want to support, and any reasonable person will understand this, you know, you want to support bodily autonomy, you want to support human life. When things conflict, something's got to give. Something's got to take priority over another. And I'm not saying that all secular humanists have to agree with this, but it seems to me, and my position is, the right to bodily autonomy and the right to bodily integrity, for that matter, to not be harmed, is more important than the right for a embryo and fetus to have access to the mother, that their right to their autonomy and their body overrides that. And there's a number of very good reasons why that is, because if you put in similar circumstances, I would not expect somebody to give up their bodily integrity to save me or to save anybody, right? You can't make somebody do that. You can't expect somebody to be harmed in order so I don't be harmed. There's very good reasons for this, and that's the whole idea of bodily integrity. So when you have these, it's not advocating for killing. It is advocating for preserving the bodily autonomy and the bodily integrity of everybody in society, including a woman that is pregnant. But, you know, all of this would be fascinating in an abortion debate, but this isn't an abortion debate.
In the later forms of abortion, it involves things like ripping the limbs off of babies, ripping their legs off of their bodies, ripping their arms off of their bodies, crushing their skulls. This is killing.
Yeah, this is an appeal to emotion. He just wants you to feel bad, because most abortions don't have that. It just happens when it's a sort of cluster of cells or something like that. Like, this is a real appeal to emotion if ever I've heard one. Just oh, feel bad because emotion. Yeah, I could also point out that some women have died in childbirth. Yeah. I can also point out that some women have had horrendous health effects from childbirth. I wouldn't appeal to but they staggered in and they bled to death on the opera. That's not what we say, because that's just an appeal to emotion. But what we do say is that, hey, statistics show that women still die in childbirth. Where is your right for them to take that risk? Anyway, this isn't even an abortion debate, and it just, yeah.
Matt might want to call it termination. He might want to dehumanize them by saying that they're fetuses, and he might want to pretend that late-term abortions are viable.
They are fetuses. That's the correct medical term. That is the term for them. I mean, it doesn't even have a brain, Bob. That's like saying, hey, you want to dehumanize the cows by calling them calves. They're calves. That's what they are. So weird.
Of viable babies. The abortions of viable babies aren't occurring, but they are, and Matt wants to defend them by saying that we're not killing anyone, we're terminating a fetus, and we're doing it because...
No, that's not what we're saying. I mean, that is a technical term, yes, but we're not saying we're not killing it. We're saying that in society we're going to have to make some hard decisions about which rights we enforce, and unfortunately, and it's really sad. It's not a good, it's not the optimum thing to happen, but the right for a woman to her bodily integrity will outweigh that. I'm really sorry, but that's the case. Just as if I needed a kidney from someone to live, I can't force them to give me a kidney. I can't do that. Their right to bodily integrity and bodily autonomy outweighs my right to life, or anyone's right to life. That's just the way it is. And I'm not saying that it's an optimum outcome, but it is what we advocate as the best thing for humanity, is to have these rights that nobody can use your body without your consent to it, your explicit consent to it.
Because no one can force a woman to have a pregnancy.
We'll let him respond, so we'll kick it over.
Bob's a filthy liar and is putting me on trial when the subject is...
Yeah, and I'm saying, Daryl, like taking someone's kidney is really bad and you shouldn't do that. So if you have your ways, stop your ways. Please. No ice tubs with, waking up in an ice tub. Ugh. Horror stuff.
The subject of this debate is Christianity versus secular humanism, not what Matt has said or what Matt's opinion is on abortion. My position on abortion is completely irrelevant to secular humanism, because secular humanism's position on abortion is not clear and defined. So if you're going to compare Christianity to secular humanism, you have to compare it to what's actually presented. And if you're going to say Matt's position is this and not let me correct you, as I've done several times, and then when I do correct, then you just say, well, Matt's redefining it and calling it a fetus. It is a fetus. You are lying about what happens as a prominent position, or as the dominant position within abortion, and you are not representing my position. My position is that no one has the right to force someone to remain pregnant against their will.
Yes.
That consent is required. That means that an abortion is the termination of a pregnancy. Sometimes that results in a loss of life. Sometimes it results in a delivery. That's my position. There are laws in place that I'm generally okay with. But to come in and sensationalize and talk about ripping the limbs off of babies is absolutely ridiculous. That's not anything any of us have ever advocated for. It's not a principle of secular humanism. It is sensationalizing. And I was hoping that it would be beneath you to do that, but evidently it's not. So since none of your rebuttal actually addressed my opening statement in any specific way and was a pre-canned ChatGPT...
Yeah, I probably have put this before. I mean, Matt, it's good that Matt's addressing it. I probably would have put it as the first thing I said. Like, while it's still that ridiculous list of 17 to 20 things that he trotted out was fresh in their mind. Like, this is not a rebuttal to anything that I've said, kind of thing. Maybe address the topic. I probably would have not let him take control of the debate, because his list was, I mean, abortion wasn't on there. I think he mentioned killing at one point, or just, sort of something about it, but I probably would have just grabbed one of those and said, hey, let's explain why this is so bad. I mean, I just ran through them and I could explain why they're so bad. Matt certainly could, but I think that he just went, well, none of this is addressing what I've said, so why do I even have to pay attention? Which I can't blame him for. I mean, it wasn't rebutting anything he had to say. It was just scattershot. It was nonsense, like just a whole bunch of claims that you couldn't refute one by one. But really, I think to point out that none of these theses that he put out have any evidence behind them. They're just claims by him. And until he wants to demonstrate how one is actually true, then he's literally said nothing besides just saying, hey, I claim Christianity does this. Great. Show it now. Which you can't do.
GPT ASMR. Do you have anything that's a rebuttal to what I actually said, or are you just going to rebut straw men?
Okay, so let's just be clear, Matt. You are simply upset because.
Well, yeah. No, I think that is a good tactic. Absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think also pointing out that sort of where you have these systems where sort of pregnant women aren't valued, abortion rates do go up, kind of thing, where abortion is illegal because they'll find other ways, like backroom abortions is I think what we call them in Australia, illegal abortions basically, which is tragic because a lot more women die in those circumstances. So it's absolutely horrible. Not that I'm saying, hey, because there's death, we should make it legal. It's just, yeah, prove that abortion is worse for society, basically, or is society benefited? Because you're talking about the individual. It's a really good point, Reed. You're talking about the individual. Is the baby or the fetus or whatever you want to call it, is that affected? Really, we're talking about society. So let's come back to what's best for society instead of what's best for any individual, which is funny because, Bob was the one claiming that secular humanism just focused on the individual, when really we should be talking about society, which is a collective. Yeah, that is true. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, you could make all of these points. I think they're very good points, Reed. Absolutely. No, it's a fair call. And yeah, that's probably, I mean, it's very easy for us to sit back now and sort of say, hey, you could have done this and could have done that. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why we're on abortion at all. It's not really sort of, you could make a case that abortion is bad for society, right? But he's not making that case. He's just saying, hey, it's bad for a fetus. Okay, how does that play into society again?
Upset because you've been called out on something that you've repeatedly said in a number of debates. The fact of the
he didn't say it in this debate, dude. Like, seriously, he could have changed his mind. He could have had a different position. He could have had all kinds of stuff happen. Like, come on, dude. Like, address the argument in front of you.
matter is you're here representing secular humanism. You're representing the secular humanist manifestos. The secular humanist manifesto supports the idea of contraception and the full use of abortion.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't support the full use of abortion. Look, you were corrected once. Matt doesn't believe in restricted abortion. Neither does secular humanism. Right. My position on abortion is that first trimester, like the legal standing, I think that's a good idea to say that a woman has a choice whether she wants to take on the responsibility of a child or not. So to have a choice to consent to that pregnancy or not. Now, once you're in the pregnancy, I get that you should be able to remove pregnancy, but there's a lot of circumstances where if you take on responsibility for something, you can't just give it up. Right. If I agree to watch my brother's children, like I can't just walk out and, if they're young, I can't just walk out and leave them alone and just absolve me of that responsibility. But I think as a sort of a compassionate and a good what am I thinking of? A good agreement kind of thing, a good way to do it is to allow the woman to choose whether she wants to consent to that responsibility or she wants to give up that responsibility in the first trimester or the 14 weeks or the first stage of the pregnancy. Then you can say, hey, if you've agreed to it, then you should follow it to its end, kind of thing. But that's what it gives us. And at that point, you also have the thing that embryo and fetus it doesn't even have a brain. So it's not going to be aware of anything. It's not going to suffer at all. So I think that is a good compromise, is the word that I'm looking for, that a woman does get a choice to forfeit her autonomy, or she does not consent to that person using her body. And I think that is a good compromise to allow both the rights of the woman and the rights of the fetus to be upheld. So that's my position on it. And that might not be the same for all secular humanists. It might not even be the official position of secular humanism, as far as I know. So yeah, I don't think it really has a position on abortion. That's the weird thing. Like, it doesn't really say, should we allow abortion? I don't think it gets into it that far, any of the manifestos.
No, it doesn't.
People can go, okay, so people can go
I
away
read
and
it to
check.
you. It
People
literally
can go
says
and
the word.
check.
It does
right,
not
so
say
here you are interrupting me once again.
interrupting you because you're a liar.
Yeah, I was muted when I interrupted you. So
Well, yeah, but you've said something and then Matt's come back to check you and you want to go on. Like, you want to just put that point up, like a lot of gish gallopers. You want to put that point up, go on to something else, put that point, go on to something else. No, you've made a point. Matt's fact-checked you. You really should give him the opportunity to address your point. But you don't want him to. That's the problem. You want to just say, hey, it allows unrestricted abortion, let's move on. No, you don't get to do that. Now, in his defense, a better way Matt should have gone about that, or, how I would have gone about it. I guess I shouldn't be putting shoulds onto Matt. He's done more debates than me. He's more experienced than me. But the way I would have gone about it is write that down and address all of them at once. I've often talked about this idea of intellectual judo. How do you use somebody's weight against them? How do you deal with these gish gallopers and use that against them? How do you get their dirty tactics and make them suffer for it? What you do is you have to note down everything in a lot of detail and then go back over their points one by one. Just say they throw out 5 points. And I've done this to multiple people. I've done it to Hovind. It drove him crazy. It was fantastic. So he brings up 5 points and you basically go over each and every one of them afterwards. And if they try to interrupt you after the first one, you say, no, here's the framing of it, right? You say, okay, you've made a lot of points there, like 5 points. I'm going to go over every single one of them. Give me the time, please. You don't ask for confirmation. You just go ahead and do it. And then you sort of say, hey, this is the answer. And they'll try to interrupt you and go, no, you made 5 points. I want to address every one. Right. I want to go through my list here and I will have written notes on it. I will go through every single one. And then what happens is, instead of you losing the thread, they lose the thread. They can't possibly come back and address all 5 things that you've brought up. And like Hovind, they'll probably go, oh, you brought up so much. No, you brought up so much. It was you that brought all of these up. So if you can't address them, stop bringing up so many points at once. And this is what he's trying to do. And that would be my solution to it. Admittedly, I'm a bit of an unconventional debater. I sort of, Jeff, thanks for coming, mate. I didn't see you leave. But yeah, I think that maybe Ryan should have muted him, maybe not. But it really seems unfair that he sort of said, hey, this is your position, let's move on. No, it's not his position. And you misrepresenting it is really, really uncharitable, really dishonest. And, quite frankly, it's an embarrassment, because it really does make you look like, you want to saddle him with this position no matter what. He's telling you no.
So Ryan, could we have some consistency in moderating, please? All right, so thank you. Can I finish what I was saying?
We'll move into 1 minute rounds back and forth just to mitigate the crosstalks, and we'll try not to throw too many points out there. We do have a couple subjects that we can kind of hit on as we go through this, but let's try to work through this issue first, and then I'll throw some suggestions in there.
Yeah, okay, that would have been great. Like, let's go through this issue 1 minute back and forth, maybe do it a couple of times, and then move on. We didn't get the move on. The move on wasn't there. And that is something that I probably got to tell Ryan, that the move on should have been there. Let's get off abortion. This isn't about abortion.
Okay, so Matt has claimed that I'm misrepresenting him. I simply invite everyone to go and look at the Humanist Manifesto. It is in favor of contraception. It is in favor of abortion.
What's wrong with contraception? Does this guy think that sort of every sperm has a soul or something? I don't understand this. Like, what's wrong with contraception? Does he want a world without contraception? Wow. Wow.
Abortion, and abortion does equal killing. And Matt has just nodded his head. Abortion is killing. So when Matt says there's nothing in the Humanist Manifesto in favor of killing other people,
yeah, no, it's not in favor of killing other people. It's in favor of upholding bodily autonomy. This is the thing, like, we're not aiming to kill the fetus. That isn't the aim of it, right? Like, this is the thing I've had to explain. And I love Monty Python, Daryl. Thanks for that. I don't. The aim isn't to kill any kind of embryo or fetus or anything like that. It is to uphold the rights of the woman, the bodily autonomy of the woman. The fact that a fetus or an embryo or even a unborn child, if you want to call it that, does die is sort of incidental. It's not what we're looking for, right? So if we had some way to save the embryo or child or whatever the hell you want to call it as well, like some sort of artificial womb, we would probably do that. And then we'd have to deal with other problems, like who is going to take care of this child that's been artificially grown. Yeah, so there's a lot of questions, as far as artificial wombs go, if we even can do it, if there's a lot of stuff here to unpack, but we're not looking to do that in particular. If there's a way we can deliver the fetus, we will. That means we're not just after killing the fetus. Like, it's just, if it is the case that is unviable, it may be best, to instead of letting it suffer,
killing other people, he is either knowingly lying or he is unwittingly lying. So to call me a filthy liar for calling him out on that is unfortunate for Matt, because he's going to be embarrassed when people read the manifesto and check to see which out of the two of us is lying. And we can come on to some of the things that you've mentioned if you want to.
We can already do that, because I read that portion of the manifesto. What I said you were lying about is that the secular humanism advocates for unrestricted abortion. That is not.
Yeah, he didn't say unrestricted. He said his view was no, it's not unrestricted. The manifesto says no, it's not unrestricted. Like, you are lying about that, either unwittingly or by circumstance or whatever the hell you said. It's.
That is not what the Secular Humanist Manifesto says. I read the section about what it actually says at the beginning. I also offered clarification as to what my position is. And even after doing that, you still decided to misrepresent what my position is, claiming that I'm just, I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. You asked him if he believes in abortion up to 9 months. He said no. Then you accused him of unrestricted abortion. He clearly said no. And he's having to correct you again and again and again. You are terrible, Bob. Like, how often does he have to tell you again and again and again that he doesn't believe in unrestricted abortion? It's abysmal. It's abysmal.
What is your objection? What was the demonstration that secular humanism is inferior to Christianity when it comes to society in this world? Because you haven't really done that.
Well, that's your claim, Matt.
It is my claim. That's why I just uttered it.
It is your claim. It is your claim, exactly.
Yeah.
So let's stick onto this situation of abortion, because
yeah. So he correctly says, right? Okay, abortion's one issue, but you haven't demonstrated why Christianity is better for all of society, not just one fetus or not just a section of society, but all of society, than secular humanism. Because Matt explained why at the start, right? He explained why using secular humanism we can get to the betterment of society. It's because science can tell us about states of reality. States of reality we can basically traverse from one to the other by implementing where we want to go. And this goal of a better society, better humanity, is what we're after. That's better society. I don't get how he didn't explain how Christianity gets to this better society. He just says it does. So he's tried to get it back on track. Matt's tried to get it back on track and going, okay, abortion's one issue. You've misrepresented me. You've misrepresented secular humanism. Let's go to how Christianity is better for society, not just for the unborn children, as you call them, right? Society. I would venture maybe contentious opinion that unborn humans are not part of society yet. I don't know. Maybe a society of them and their mother. I don't know. But let's go to society, right? No, let's get back on.
You've stated that it doesn't talk about when abortions occur. It doesn't set any limits. You yourself are here representing secular humanism, but when it suits you, you say that you are not. You're not speaking for all secular humanists, but when it suits you, you are representing all secular humanists.
I'm never representing all secular humanists. Never claim to. Never do.
Right. So, but the reality is, I mean, people can check the manifesto for themselves.
Yep. The new manifesto, by the way, doesn't mention abortion at all.
Well, I mean, does it call for the stop of genocide of tens of millions of people? No. Does it stop?
Because it doesn't mention abortion, it's in favor of abortion. Dude, what? And how is it genocide? Like, I don't understand. Like, your idea of what genocide is so laughably stupid. Like, I'm really sorry. I usually am not this harsh in these reviews, but Bob, a genocide is a wiping out of a racial or cultural subset. Fetuses are not a racial or cultural subset. Like, I'm baffled. I'm baffled as to where this guy gets his information, because seriously, what the hell? Like, you're not going, let's kill all babies. That would be a genocide, right? Let's kill all fetuses in the world. That would be a genocide. That's not what's happening. Wow, he's just, ugh. Oh, yeah, no, I like that Mark Reed guy. Yeah, screw that guy. He's terrible. Terrible, I tell you.
Does it call out? You said it was sensationalizing. What was a false description about my description of ripping limbs off little babies inside the mother's womb? That actually happens. That's what abortionist doctors themselves say.
Yeah, on occasion, that happens after the fetus has been terminated, but you're the one
you as a secular humanist support
that. Are you going to let me finish answering?
Yeah. So yeah, sometimes in order to help the mother and as a medical reason, because she's in danger, they've got to terminate the pregnancy and get the fetus out somehow. Like, it is really terrible that this happens, but it isn't done on a whim like you're trying to suggest. It's such a bad painting of it. Yeah, I mean, who would Mark Reed's just, yeah, tell you what, terrible. Yeah, but this is sort of what he's painting. No, it's medically necessary, and you are so dishonest for sort of painting it as, oh, they just do it on a whim. No. Come on now.
Let me finish answering your question or not? You're the one that sensationalized it, calling it genocide. Meanwhile, the Manifesto 3 does not mention.
He's not wrong. Matt's not wrong. It's sensationalizing it, yes, and it's inaccurate. So while sort of Matt's trying to be precise, he's trying to use accurate terms. He's trying to use terms that are precise. Bob's just using imprecise terms. Like, a genocide would be if we said, hey, let's kill all the fetuses. Let's wipe them all out. That would be a genocide, but that's not what's happening. He's got to stop this kind of, and it's hilarious that Bob accused Matt of sophism. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Does not mention abortion at all. So you have to go back to the 1973 one, which I already acknowledged mentions abortion, but then you have to pretend that it is for abortion without limits, which it's not. And the newest version of this does not include anything about abortion.
Okay, so I mean, we're talking about the humanist manifestos. It doesn't mention for or against, which demonstrates that these humanist manifestos are themselves a poor form of guidance, because they fail to cover all the necessary issues. They fail to give the guidance that they claim. And
how? So one thing I want to ask, like, people like Bob here, is like, how does the Bible and Christianity, what's its view on asteroid mining? How do we get whether asteroid mining is a good or a bad thing? Cloning. How do we get whether cloning is a good or a bad thing from Christianity? The uses of, you know, new products that enable us to live maybe double our age. How do we get whether that's a good or a bad thing from Christianity? Colonization of another planet. How do we get, how does Christianity tell us about this? Because it doesn't. You can't draw from the Bible. You can't examine the Bible and let it tell you about whether asteroid mining is good or bad, but secular humanism can tell you. It can say, hey, we can do science and tell us the benefits and the drawbacks of, say, asteroid mining. Right? We can basically do a scientific study and see what the consequences can be. In fact, not only that, if we find out there are worse consequences, we can flip to the other side and say, no, let's not do that. We have all the tools available in order to decide whether an action is good or an action is bad. And you don't have it. What you have to do is read the Bible, interpret what you want to interpret, and then go, no, that is the opinion of God. And you stick with it through thick and thin, even if it's demonstrated to be appallingly bad for humanity. And this has been what religion has done for years.
And the reality is that I don't see any repudiation of the previous manifesto. If I'm right, the third manifesto claims to build on the second manifesto. Is that not
Absolutely true?
Absolutely
They're all building on each other. One of the things.
So it's not the absence of the statement in the third has no.
Yeah, they're straight talking one another now. Ryan's right to jump in, and look, I get that a lot of people are sort of saying, "Hey, Ryan's a terrible moderator." I don't think he is. I think that this was a difficult one to moderate. I've been there. I've tried to moderate. It's a hard job if both people are really fired up like this. It's very, very difficult. I think that Bob needling him wasn't easy to deal with either. I think Matt would have been fine if he'd been cut off. Bob obviously wasn't. I don't know. I think that it's a lot harder. And Ryan is still a new moderator, but I think he's doing the best he can under the circumstances. So I'm going to back up Ryan. I think he did a good job under the circumstances. I think it's very, very hard.
One of the things that it's building on is that we can learn more and that we get better at things. And one of the things that it says in various incarnations of this is the very thing you're criticizing, that it doesn't include instructions. I addressed that in my opening. If instead of doing a pre-written rebuttal that addressed nothing in my opening, if you'd actually listened to what I said, took notes and replied to that.
Yeah, see, he should have said, well, in my opinion, he should have said this straight after the rebuttal. Like, you didn't address anything that I said. I had a number of points. Nothing was addressed. That was the time for it, because it would have had much more impact, because people just listened. Like, I was there. I listened to this boring ass 20 thing and just went, wow, this is just nothing. Like, he's not even addressing what he's saying.
Applied to that, we could have addressed what I said about why thou shalt and thou shalt nots are problematic and aren't included in the manifesto, but you didn't do that.
I made a rebuttal of secular humanism, which is what we're here to debate.
No. You don't. It's not a rebuttal of secular humanism. You made claims about Christianity. What are you talking about? Like, it's just this nonsense. You're supposed to rebut Matt's opening. Oh, he doesn't even understand debate. Like, he doesn't understand. Oh, I rebutted secular. No, your entire thing is supposed to be rebutting secular humanism. What you're aiming to do in the rebuttal is go, oh, well, here's the points Matt's made. I'm going to rebut them. I'm going to address them directly to show you how they are wrong. But instead, what you did was you wrote up pre-written crap and then just presented that all as fact. Atrocious, Bob.
You made a rebuttal of a straw man.
No, that's your claim. That's your claim. And once again, you've interrupted me. And once again, I've noticed that when you interrupt me, Ryan does not interrupt you. Just pointing that out, guys. So
I tell you what, I will not.
Yeah, just hassle the moderator. That's gonna be good for you. Yeah, just hassle the moderator.
You are interrupting me again, and once, you can't run off, can you, Matt? It's unfortunate. You haven't got the power of the hang up button in this.
You think I can't fucking hang up on you right now?
Yeah, you can't hang up on me right now. No, you're stuck right there. You're stuck right there.
Yeah. Let's,
So as I was trying to
not,
say,
like, make any,
so can I
Yeah, I mean, he can leave if he wants. Like, this is the thing. Like, yeah. But I mean, but Matt's sort of saying, "Hey, I can just leave." I don't know. I think it's a bit of a flex that I wouldn't do. You know, if I've agreed to do a debate, I've agreed to do that debate, come what may. You know, when you're going through hell, keep going. You know, that's the way I look at it. You know, like some of the debates I've been into, I'm like, oh, I could just leave, and it's like, no, I've agreed to do this. My principles are that I'm a man of my word, and I will be in this debate. But you know, at this point, Matt's checked out, and I get why. Like the guy's misrepresented him, he's strawmanned him, he's really just been so dishonest right now. I can't stress enough how if you say, "Hey, your rebuttal was supposed to deal with my opening," and he says, "No, I'm rebutting the entire thing," it's like, are you simple or dishonest or just, you know, being an ass? Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wow.
So as I was trying to point out, according to Matt, according to the secular humanists, you're saying that it gives guidance. I would say that the matters of life and death are quite important. In terms of where life begins, where does the secular humanist manifesto say that humans receive their rights?
Yeah, and Reed, I get what you're saying. Whoops, sorry. I get what you're saying. You don't need to run away from you. It's all right. Yeah. No, I get that. That would have been a better response. It's just, I don't want to be too critical of Matt because I totally understand how frustrating this guy is. He's been absolutely horrible. Like, just for him to say, no, I don't support abortions up to 9 months. No, I don't support unrestricted abortions. The thing doesn't support unrestricted abortions, and him say, "Oh, well, you're just lying." Dude, get out of here. Seriously. Just get out of here. He's not saying it doesn't support abortions. He's saying unrestricted. There's a word there you're missing that you're smuggling in, which is so terrible. Just so terrible. But Matt does a lot of things as kind of a contrarian. You know, somebody says, "Hey, you can't hang up." He's like, "Watch me, bang." And I totally get that, but that is letting them govern your behavior, in my opinion. And, you know, I'm guilty of it too. Don't get me wrong. It's very easy for me to sit here and say, "Hey, you know, he's letting you govern your..." Yeah, I do it too. I do sometimes do things just when someone says, "Hey, you can't do this." "Oh, yeah? You think? You think I can't? Okay, bang." But that's what he wants. He wants to be able to say, "Oh, I was involved in a debate and Matt just ran away from me," kind of thing. So yeah, it's kind of, how do you leverage that? How do you sort of judo flip it round, kind of thing? Like, how do you move on from that? It's kind of, "Oh, well, you can't hang up on me." I would probably go, "No, I wouldn't want to. I'm having a blast. This is hilarious." Like, this is actually, like, when you actually start to point out the hilarity of their position, the hilarity of saying unrestricted abortions, when I've said like 4 or 5 times that I only support medically necessary abortions. There are restrictions, and you're saying unrestricted. It's actually kind of funny. Like, do you not hear what I'm saying? You know, that's probably my take on it. Yeah. And you could see Ryan was way more concerned about Bob, right? Bob wasn't concerned, "Oh, Matt's going to hang up and leave." It was Ryan that's like, "Oh, James is going to kill me," right? Like, Matt Dillahunty walked out of a debate. So I kind of feel for Ryan, because it is rough, and yeah.
Are we replying?
Oh, sorry. Was that a question for me?
Yes, Matt, that was a question for you.
Did I address this in my opening about where it says they receive their rights?
No, I don't remember hearing that, no.
That's unfortunate. You should have been listening, because I did, actually.
Well, people can judge
I'm
that.
right in the middle of a chess game right now. Can you wait?
Yeah. So there we go. I mean, here's Matt having a debate, and you can see the arrogance. Does this make for our society a better place, Matt? This kind of arrogance.
You're asking me.
Well, I mean, he listened to your introduction or your opening and did a rebuttal on it. Okay, if he can play chess at the same time, then all the better for him. And I couldn't do that. But, you know, Matt's obviously a lot more seasoned than I am. Look, if he can do that, then great. I don't think he's being arrogant. I think he's just sort of really checked out of this debate because you're being really, really dishonest about stuff. You're misrepresenting him. You're straw manning him a lot of the time. Like, I don't think it's so much a flex. It's so much about you're not even worth really engaging with. I will give you half my brain, and the other half's doing this other thing, because you're not worth the entire thing. And I kind of agree with him. I think that his inability to get off one subject of abortion and thinks that applies to every problem within society is a problem. Like, you have one point and you're going to make it again and again and again without any kind of self-reflection on whether that solves any of society's problems. Killed Earl, good to see you. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Asking me where the secular
just a point of order. This is probably going to have to be a two-parter. I'm so sorry, everybody. Look, I can tangent just fine all by myself. I don't need Ember. I can tangent just fine by myself. Absolutely. But yeah, this is, yeah, I don't think Matt was flexing at all. I think he was just, basically saying, yeah, I'm not interested really in what you've got to say because you're misrepresenting me. I know that Destiny does debates and does something else while doing it, and that's cool. T-Jump definitely does. I've seen him game while doing debates. I'm not sure I could do that, but I'm me and they're them. Maybe if I've had the thousands of debates T-Jump or Matt has had, maybe I could do it as well. But I don't see why it's a big flex kind of thing. Hey, Eric. Hey,
yeah, I'm asking you because you're
going to let me finish rephrasing the question.
Yeah, I'm asking you because you're the one here saying that humanism is better guidance than Christianity. So
and
when
it is,
when
it is, and I made my case.
Yeah, he made his case. You could have rebutted this in your rebuttal, but you didn't. He didn't. He just trotted out all of these claims about Christianity, didn't address anything Matt had to say, and then he wants to say, oh, but you didn't say how secular humanism. He did actually.
Wow, this is hilarious. You're saying, where does the Secular Humanist Manifesto declare that life begins? It doesn't. And where does it talk about where we get rights from? In the second one, it talks about ethics and morals being derived from human experience. I mentioned that in my opening. If you hadn't just shown up with a pre-written rebuttal and a decision that you were going to address topics like abortion in a dishonest way that doesn't represent either myself or the manifestos, maybe we could have a discussion about that.
Now, I'll let you go back to your chess game. But yes, thank you. So now let me just point out something that here Matt is saying to you that
what's the over and under on Matt winning this chess game that he's in? Can anyone want to give me some odds?
Humanism is guidance, and yet humanism, as he has admitted, gives us no guidance about when life begins. He says that we should reflect on humanist experience. Now, if I ask Matt what his personal...
No, not humanist, human experience. So we're talking about the things we all experience, okay? So we're talking about commonalities in experience, like empathy and reciprocity and all of these kind of things, your family and your caring for those that are closest to you and still caring for those that are in your in-group, those in your... Like, he's not talking about humanism. He's saying human experience. You are human, right, Bob? Sorry, I just wanted to check, because seriously.
Personal view is, and then challenge him on his personal view, he'll say, well, that's just my personal view. That's not a criticism of secular humanism. So whenever it suits him, it's his personal view. Whenever it doesn't suit him...
he just read out what's in the manifesto. So I don't... This is just somebody whinging, really. He didn't say, hey, my personal view is we get it from here, or
doesn't suit him, it's secular humanism.
That's a lie.
So let's try.
That is a lie.
Then
that's a lie. I've never done anything.
Sorry, am I interrupting your chess game?
No, he never said like he's representing all secular humanists. That's what he said. And you're saying, oh, he just goes to the manifesto when his personal opinion's bad. No, he's basically pointing out what he agrees with in the manifesto. But it doesn't mean you have to follow it. It's not like Christianity where you have to be a slave to those words in the Bible. It's not like that. It's a guideline. It's not a set of rules or laws like the Bible is. It's not a set of hard defined, you have to do this. We're not looking for moral identical morals. We're just looking for moral compatibility. That's all. So he just doesn't understand what secular humanism is. So
no, wait, Ryan, when he interrupts me, you never say anything.
Well, I gotta be fair. You are
stop talking.
You are asking him a question, and then
you did ask him a question.
You're sitting there lying about me and misrepresenting my position. Do you want me to respond or not?
I would like you to respond to my question. Yeah.
Cool. Restate your question and just make sure that I don't answer the wrong one.
Okay. So, given human experience and knowledge and science, when does life begin?
I have no idea.
That was not his question. That wasn't his question. He just wants to bring it back to abortion because he's only got one drum to beat, and that's his drum. He will beat it till the end of time. And legends still say Bob is roaming the wasteland, beating the drum of, is abortion bad?
Idea.
There we go.
I feel like this would be a good time to move into one of those other topics. Whether Matt wants to refresh on some of the things that he brought up in his intro.
I'd like to actually have a discussion, but
yeah. So
the issue here is whether or not I know when.
Yeah, Ryan should have said, Matt, don't interrupt the moderator. Matt's interrupting the moderator right now. But he mostly said what he had to say, so it isn't too bad. It's just,
human life begins, or whether or not anybody knows when human life begins, is irrelevant to whether or not secular humanism is superior to Christianity for society. And the reason I say that is because whatever point we decide that we're going to consider something like, for example, when a sperm and an egg combine, were each of those alive independently beforehand? Possibly. Did a new life begin when they joined? Almost certainly. Does that make it a human life, a human person? That's where debate begins. And even if it's a human person, does it have the right to use someone else's body without their consent?
Okay, so Matt should have gone to another subject. He'd made his position quite perfectly clear. He'd made his position that he was misrepresented quite perfectly clear. In my opinion, he should have gone to one of the other questions, sort of one of the statements that Bob said on, everything's based upon Christianity, for instance. Secular humanism is just, then he could point out that, hey, we take from all kinds of things. We take from all kinds of stuff, ideas that people have. We've taken from the Enlightenment as well, and that's not a Christian thing. We've taken from Buddhism, that's not a Christian thing. We've taken from Greek philosophers, that's not a Christian thing. So I think that there was the opportunity to shift into something, or at least if you wanted a final word on abortion, I would have just given that final word and then moved to something else, like just moved it off. So yeah.
Their consent. These are the complicated issues that we have to face in a reality when we're determining individuals' rights. We don't get to just say, this is the foundational principle of secular humanism, is we don't get to just say, I think God makes life, and therefore I'm going to rule over other people as if I'm correct. You have to demonstrate that you're correct in order to do that. Christianity does not demonstrate that it's correct. Christianity and God does not serve as any sort of confirmation about when life begins or when abortion would be wrong. It's merely an assertion that is without evidential support.
Okay, so I'm going to reply and let's see if Matt doesn't interrupt me and go back.
Yeah, that's a really passive-aggressive dude. Like, I get what he's saying, and it's kind of just a needle. Yeah, all right.
Interesting. There you go. Look at that. He's interrupting.
Yeah, he called you a jackass because, yeah. Yeah.
Just carry on, Bob.
I want to give you what you want.
There we go. Ryan, are you going to do anything?
Well, we can. Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, Matt has gone quiet. What's he going to do? Say, hey, Matt, don't call him a jackass or something. Sure, he could say that, but like you've been saying all kinds of things about Matt. Like, you've been really passive aggressive. It's you're trying to get Matt worked up. You're being needling. You're not giving a lot of respect. Yeah, maybe. Once somebody is shut up, there's pointless saying, hey, could you not interrupt Matt? Because he's already been quiet. Like, what are you going to do?
I'll have to. Sorry, Matt.
I just want people to see. Anyway, because Matt has a tendency to do this in his debates. He complains.
Okay, so now it's meta stuff. Yeah, it's just complaining about Matt now. Dude, you got your time. Like, just take it.
When people make points and he throws ad hominem attacks at them and he doesn't address their arguments. And we see this in a debate after debate after debate, and it burns him because he can't just put the hanger down on me in this debate. He's got to sit there and he's actually got to listen to what I've got.
Yeah, boost up your ego there, mate. Like, yeah, it burns him because he can't hang up on me in this debate. You need a bigger soapbox there, mate. Like, wow.
That's what I've got to say. Anyway. So the reality is, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, there you go. This is the arrogance that we're dealing with. This is the kind of presumptuous arrogance.
Yeah, because you said he had to listen to you, but he doesn't. That's the thing. Like, you make these authoritative statements that, oh, you think unrestricted abortion. No, but it doesn't filter through to you. And you say, oh, he's got to listen to me. No, he doesn't have to listen to you any more than you listened to his opening, which you didn't do. You didn't do. Because you're not interested in a discussion. You're interested in beating Matt Dillahunty. And I think this is a problem that a lot of Christians have. They enter these debates not to debate, but to humiliate Matt Dillahunty. Then I can have it on my resume. Dude, just engage with the guy. Seriously.
Arrogance of the secular humanist on display. He's
arrogance of a secular humanist on display. Matt's never claimed to represent every secular humanist, and a lot of us are not very arrogant at all. You sound arrogant while you're saying that, and you're saying, oh, well, he can't hang up on me. You sound really arrogant, like you're something special. Dude, you're just debating. You're just in a debate. You're not a hero. You're not the God's chosen one spreading the seed of Christianity. You're just in a debate. Chill out.
Display, he's sulking. So whilst Matt takes his toys back off the floor and puts back in,
all right, let's try to get back to
we can get back to it.
Yeah, and Brian's right. Let's stop talking about Matt and get back to the debate. You're just grandstanding at this point. Oh, look what Matt's doing. It's so arrogant. That means secular humanism is arrogant. Puff out chest.
Christianity versus humanism.
So the thing is, he said that Christianity doesn't tell us when life begins. Christianity does have a position on when life begins. It starts at conception.
Oh, it has multiple positions on when life begins, sir. It has multiple positions.
That's a starting point.
10 seconds.
As Matt has just admitted, secular humanism gives...
No, not all of them. Not all Christians think that life starts at conception. Not all of them think that.
There's no understanding of when life begins. He says that life begins at conception. He admits it, but he refuses to commit secular humanism to any position because it doesn't give us guidance.
All right, that's time. So you're going on mute, and Matt, 1 minute for you.
Now that's an actual on him. Very well picked up, Eric. Yes, kind of. Or maybe poisoning the well, saying, hey, check out Matt. Matt's an arrogant person, so you can't trust the information that's coming from him. Yeah, probably an ad hominem. Yeah, you're right.
So Bob seems to think that all this is incredibly simple. I've already given the answers that were relevant. And by the way, when I was first asked, I gave the answers immediately without hesitation. And it wasn't until Bob misrepresented things that I even attempted to interrupt or clarify anything. You can shake your head all you want, but that's the order. They can go back and rewind. You asked me about whether or not a 9-month fetus was alive, and I immediately, without hesitation, said yes. It wasn't until you misrepresented, as you've repeatedly done. Now, let me remind people, this debate is Christianity versus secular humanism, which one is best for society? And it is not anything at all about what's Matt's position on abortion. But Bob, in his stunning attempt at making a case, has decided that this is the easiest point to assail. That because I'm okay with a woman's right to choose and to terminate a pregnancy, which in many cases will, in fact, end the life of the fetus. Matter of fact, in most cases, it will end the life of the fetus. Because I'm okay with that, and he's not. He thinks he's got a slam dunk knockdown. I didn't say Christianity didn't have a position on life beginning.
Oh, Ryan definitely should have stopped in here and sort of said time to Matt. But I think it's 1 minute they're on is too short. You can't make a coherent point within 1 minute. It's kind of not possible. So yeah. I think 1 minute is too short. It was too short for both of them. You should extend it, or possibly one of them should say, "Hey, can we extend it because that's too short?"
Life beginning. I said Christianity can't demonstrate that its position is correct.
All right, that's time there. So I'm going to inject here. It's probably a good point to launch pad off into another discussion, maybe somewhat tied to the abortion idea that we're talking about right now. But yeah, rights for men and women under your worldview. We're going to give that 10 minutes. So rights for men and women under your worldview. 1 minute on the clock for you, Bob.
Okay, so but right now, secular humanism, and particularly the progressive element within the secular humanist community, is undermining the rights of women. Now, obviously, Matt will do his thing where he says, well, my position's not the positions of secular humanists when it suits him, and then will assert secular humanism when it suits him. And so it's quite a good rhetorical device, which means that he thinks that you can never
keep poisoning the well.
Secular humanism. Oh, look, once again.
Yeah, this is poisoning the well, saying, hey, Matt's going to do this, he's going to do this, he's going to do this, and yeah.
interrupted.
I'm sorry,
Once
but
again,
you're
not
poisoning the
challenged
well,
by
you know
Ryan.
it, and everybody
There we
can
go.
see
Just
it.
one second, there, Matt. So I will say, I'm going to just
on the other hand, Matt probably shouldn't have interrupted. He probably should have waited to his turn and say, "Hey, he's poisoning the well." He's just saying that I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say that, and I probably would have made the case, because you know where Bob's going with this, because he's being an absolute scumbag. He's going to the other favorite topic of these people, which is trans identity. I know he is.
I'm going to just pause the clock for a second here without talking about what Matt might say or what he might respond with. Under your worldview, what are the rights for men and women? 30 seconds on the clock still.
Okay, so as I was saying, in terms of the dignity of men and women, it is something that is given to them within the Christian worldview as they are, as man and woman. In secular humanist progressive thought, the idea
he slipped up and said liberal, secular liberal, not humanism, dude.
of woman is undermined as an objective reality, and thus the rights attached to that are themselves undermined.
All right, time, and over to you, Matt. 1 minute.
Yeah, so he's playing identity politics at the moment. Oh, because secular humanists believe in affirming trans people, then they're undermining women. Get out of here! Seriously, nobody's undermined. This is such a flaccid argument. I can only describe it as flaccid. He's not explaining why that undermines women. He's not, and a majority of the women are actually support the trans community. At least where I am, a majority of the women do. In fact, probably more women than men support the trans community. So it's this whole I'm gonna dog whistle for my side. Let's just dog whistle kind of thing.
Matt, 1 minute.
Yeah.
No, they're not. The Bible doesn't hold men and women as being equal. Secular humanism does. End of story.
Okay, back to you, Bob. Want to come off mute there? Let's try to see if we can get a little bit of open discussion about the rights for men and women here, guys.
So he says no. He says no. He says no. But secular humanism believes and advocates for, and of course this is where Matt says no, it doesn't. It's just my personal opinion. But
you're poisoning the well every time. I'm going to call it out every time. Poison the well again.
Once again interrupting. Once again not muted.
Discussion.
Notice when Matt's speaking, I'm muted, but when I'm speaking, Matt is not muted. Please observe that, people.
We did just say we're going to try to do an open discussion. So if we need to go back in 1 minute,
it's supposed to be 35 minutes of open discussion, and you're poisoning the well every time you start talking about me. You're literally starting every one of your things with Matt's going to say this and Matt's going to do this. It's called.
Yeah. So Matt's got a really good point. He should wait till he's finished to make it, right? There's no reason why you can't wait till he's finished and then say, hey, he's poisoning the well every single time. It's dishonest. It's a fallacy. Just saying that what I'm going to do, what I'm going to say, why doesn't he give me the chance or the respect to say what I'm going to say? He wants to basically make a reason why he's not doing well in the debate as, oh, it's the moderator, or it's Matt being mean, or it's all these other things. It's not me. I didn't do a bad performance. I did fantastic. There's all these other things. Poor me.
It's called poisoning the well. It's fallacious. It's dishonest.
All right. You're both on mute, fellas. I'm sorry, but you're both talking over each other. Nobody can hear what anybody's saying. And yeah, I was going to say, we're trying to address the topics, like in the back and forth without like when I ask you for your side, I do want to hear like what your thoughts are, not what you think Matt's thoughts are. So I'm sorry if it seems like I know that that's part of the debate strategy going into the conversation side of things, but as for like introducing the idea, I'm not picking a side in that sense. But if you do ask a question, you got to let somebody answer it. And if you do spend most of the time talking about what the other person might say or what they might think, then we're going to have to let them respond and clarify, what's going on. So
yeah, Ryan's not wrong. I don't know. So the thing that sort of stands out to me is it's never worried them before. Like nobody's ever said, hey, you're saying what Mark would think or say, stop doing that. No, it's just I've been the one to have to address it. I don't know why it's concerning them now. It's never concerned them before, like somebody poisoning the well or straw manning. So I think it is because it's Matt basically, and they don't want him to get upset and angry and storm off kind of thing, because boy does he bring in views. But at the same time, yeah, Bob, you're awful. You're awful. You're basically, in order to prove your point, you're talking about what Matt says. And not being accurate about it. He's never said any of this stuff you're leveraging against him.
So, we only got a couple more minutes, guys, before we're going to go into the Q&A. So, hit the like button, hit that share. We appreciate all your support there in the live chat. But we're going to try do this one more time, 1 minute back and forth. We're going to kick it over to you, Bob, for 1 minute, and then back over to you, Matt, on this topic.
Okay, people can decide for themselves whether they think that this has been moderated fairly.
It's not my fault I did badly. It was the moderation, people. Look at how unfair it is. Look, when you go into a debate, you're agreeing to the moderator. Now, that might be unfair. You might not agree with the calls that they make. I've disagreed with a lot of calls that's been made in the moderation spheres that I've been in. But it's like being in a game of soccer and you don't like a call that the umpire made. You can not like it all you want, but you just play on because that is the rules of the game. Like you've entered this thing with the acknowledgement that you're going to accept what the moderator does. If you don't like it, stop playing, right? Get out of the league if you don't like the referees. Get out of it. You can't, like, and I've been on like Standing for Truth where I know that it is biased moderation. I know it is. It's not too bad. You know, it's not, you know, like Dartha Dawkins level moderation because that is terrible. But it is shockingly, you know, it's not shockingly, but it is quite bad, you know, the sort of changing of the subjects when someone gets into trouble and things like that. Look, I know it comes with the territory. If I have a problem with the moderation, I get out of the league. Don't say this in the debate though. Like, you can at least wait till after the debate and say, hey, I have a problem with the moderation. I do. Not use it as a debate tactic and use the moderator as a debate tactic, right? I don't know. It seems weird. It seems odd. Yeah. What should a moderator do when they are under attack like this? As a moderator, all you can do is just ignore it. All you can do is just ignore it. That's all you can do, right? You can't do anything more. Because no matter what action you take, look, if you rescind the time and hand it over to Matt, you'll look like you're biased. You just have to, like a referee in a game, you know, like a game of soccer, you hold up the yellow card, the player comes and yells in your face, you just stand there with the yellow card. There's nothing more you can do, kamikaze. Nothing more. That's just the way, that's the way the sport works, essentially. And I know I'm comparing debate to sport kind of thing. I know that might not be a direct analogy, but that's sort of the way I see it, you know. You're kind of, yeah, I kind of felt sorry for Ryan as well. I do admit, Robin. I know Ryan. Ryan's a good guy. He tries his best. Nobody's completely unbiased. I think he's learning as he goes along. He's still very new at moderation. He hasn't been doing this that long. I've been debating much longer than Ryan's been moderating, and I haven't been debating that long. Like, keep that in mind. We're all learning as we go along. So I think it's because I have been in difficult debates. I really feel for moderators, and I've moderated myself. It's why I kind of understand. So
the reality is that in terms of women's rights, in terms of their rights in sport, their rights for private spaces, their rights to not feel that they are being oppressed by the presence of men or threatened by the presence of men, secular humanists are quite largely in bed with the idea of trans activist rights, which undermines the rights of women. Why? Because these progressive secular humanists do not accept that women are objective realities in and of themselves. Simply to deny that would contradict everything that Matt has said on other platforms, in other places, and I don't understand why he's equivocating.
Okay, so just information for you. So 64% of Americans, this is Americans, favor protecting trans people from discrimination, right? 64%. So the only people that is causing this division are people like Bob. They're sort of saying, hey, you shouldn't have to have your right there. No, most women are in support of our trans brothers and sisters, and their current battle for not be discriminated against. Okay, so this sort of using them as your shield is not cool, because generally women are not saying this, okay, as a general rule. So you are using people as your shield to say horrible stuff.
equivocating, except that he's got a nice rhetorical device to go, it is secular humanism when I like it, and it's not secular humanism when I like it.
It's time. 1 minute for you, Matt. And we got to get off the mute there. You're back on the mute. And the floor is yours, Matt.
I don't know what to say. Bob's already at every single point declared what I'm going to say beforehand, and that
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, say something, Matt. You can't just leave that hanging out there. Seriously, you've got to point out something. Yeah, we're concerned with humans. So if you want, like, what are you suggesting? That we force people to be a certain way? We don't affirm their identity. Somebody also showed that sort of you're thinking of only male trans to female, like trans women, right? What about trans men? Like, do you want somebody looking like Buck Angel in the women's restroom? How would they feel about that? Have you asked them? Have you shown them a picture of trans men, i.e., female to male, and asked them if they want that trans man in their restroom? I bet you haven't. I bet you it hasn't even crossed your mind, because you haven't looked at the issue at all. Someone once put out a picture, right? No, what? You're misunderstanding. If we make people go to the restroom of their birth, now, Buck Angel is a porn star who was born female and transitioned to male, right? So if you make a bathroom law that says you have to, and look, he's a big guy with tattoos and stuff like that. If you make people go to the restroom of their birth sex, that means Buck Angel, the big guy with tattoos and a goatee, would have to go to the female restroom. Right. And someone once posted, like when they made one of these bathroom bills, I don't remember who it was, but they posted a picture of themselves and said, you know, as a trans man, and said, if this bill is introduced, then legally I have to go into the woman's restroom. And people threatened to kill him because he was and looked like a guy. But you're forcing him to do this. You're forcing him, which is what I could never understand. They only think of it in one way. It's black and white. What about this other area that's grey? What about, you know, you come up with these things and their brains just don't accept it. I don't understand why.
and that I'll say it's my position when it suits me, and that it's humanist position when it suits me. No, that's not true. Everything that I talk about as my position is my position. When I talk about secular humanism, as I did in my opening,
No. Look, that would be my idea, that trans men go into a men's bathroom and that trans women go into a women's bathroom. But the problem comes that if you put down these bathroom laws, it means that trans men have to go into a woman's restroom. And that's not great. And I think a lot more women would have a problem with that, because it's kind of, because when we look at men and women, we don't look at what their DNA is or how they were assigned at birth or any of these things. We look at their physical presentation, and that's all. You know, we look and say, hey, do they have breasts? Do they have, you know, a goatee? Do they have these things that we consider masculine or feminine? We don't look at that stuff. So, you know, I mean, I would have to ask a woman. I'm pretty confident that most women would say, hey, I'd be way more uncomfortable with a masculine, technically, you know, female assigned at birth than I would be with a feminine, technically female assigned at birth male, right? This is the thing, like, but yeah, I mean, this is the black and white thinking. It's just, it's not. But then again, when you're rejecting rationality, who cares, right?
I stuck to the manifestos. I pointed out where I disagree with them. I pointed out where I don't. It's not a matter of it's secular humanism when it suits me. No, I'm a secular humanist. Either my positions are in accordance with the values of secular humanism, in which case I think they are, or they're not. Now, whether or not the manifesto, and keep shaking your head, whether or not the manifesto says anything about it is independent. I don't get to come in and say, here's what secular humanism is. I can talk about my take on secular humanism. And so when he asserts that trans rights activists are undermining the rights of women, all I can say is, no, they're not.
All right. Well, that's a good launching pad again. I'm going to inject. We got what, another 10 minutes here?
No, he's dog whistling. He's just dog whistling. That's all he's doing. He's whistling to his audience that, hey, we don't like trans.
Here before we go into
he's terrible. He's terrible.
That was the actual time. So let's try to get into another topic if we can, where Matt just brought that up. Rights for minorities, LGBTQ people in your society. 1 minute on the clock for you, Bob.
So in terms of rights for minorities, I'm not so sure that there's going to be much of a debate. As a Christian, I believe that all people are made in the image of God and therefore have equal rights. However, it's equal rights.
No, haven't you heard? The people advocating the most for rights for minorities is Christians. Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think so, champ. Let's take a quick rundown of our political structure and see who's campaigning for the rights of minorities. I don't think I'd put... I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some Christian denominations and some Christian organizations that are campaigning for the rights of minorities, but some certainly are not. And I think a point blank should LGBTQI people be accepted in society as a minority would be fantastic here. Like, are you meaning all the minorities that you accept you're campaigning for?
Or it's equal rights to the good. It's not equal rights to anything that they want. So, for example, the right of a homosexual couple to have a child, particularly in matters of surrogacy, deny the right of the child the right to their parent. And I don't see how, and it creates this idea that children are simply commodities to be passed over and handed over.
Yeah, what I think you've completely missed my point. You're not a trans woman, mate. If you're a trans woman, I have no problem with you using the woman's bathroom. And I don't know many women. I mean, I don't know many women that would have a problem with that at all. I know of a lot of women, and maybe that's just my circle, that would 100% support a woman, a trans woman using the woman's bathroom. That may be biased because of the circles I travel in, but I think you've completely missed the point.
No one has the right to a child. You either can or you can't have a child.
Now, this is weird. This gets into weird territory. Now, I was going to wrap it up, but I'm going to hang in there because, you know, it gets sort of more halfway. This one's a weird one. Okay, so brace yourself for the completely irrelevant idea.
I agree with the idea of adoption, but you don't have a right to a child. It's not a handbag.
Who is saying that a child is a handbag? Who is saying that the child is I don't understand.
Right. 10 minutes on the clock, or 1 minute on the clock for you there, Matt.
Sure. So I don't think I recall anything in any of the three secular humanist manifestos specifically about adoption. However, in the case where a same-sex couple or a childless couple or any couple decides to adopt a child.
Oh, look, Robin, listen, when I was younger and used to go out clubbing and stuff, I've seen women look at the line to the women's bathroom and just use the guys. Seriously. Just like, fuck it, I'll use the guys instead. Doesn't matter. Which, you know, all the guys, nobody was like, none of the guys were like, oh yeah, you're coming to the guy. It was just hilarious. Like, totally understand that line is massive. Like, I don't know. It's just, yeah. It's just like, don't blame you. Don't blame you for skipping that line.
That was birthed by someone else. The same rights for a heterosexual couple to adopt should be afforded to a homosexual couple to adopt. And if you're going to appeal to the rights of the child to have its parents, that has been denied in both cases. And I'm not aware that any such right exists or could exist, as no child has a right to its parent because its parent could die or put it up for adoption or any number of things. But the one lone objection that you have to gay couples adopting applies to straight couples adopting as well, and surrogates, by the way.
That's done.
Okay, so I think what he was trying to get at were children are commodity. I think he was trying to draw it back to the abortion argument, because he's got one drum and you know, the prophets of our day and age see him beyond the horizon in the dawn of the new age, beating the drum of abortion still to forever into the future until the burning out of the sun. Like, seriously, dude, you're trying to work it back to your one argument.
It's time. 1 minute back to you.
I think that Matt probably has misunderstood my position, because in a minute's worth of talking, it's hard to get everything out. I'm not against the idea.
Yeah, it should be longer than a minute. I totally agree with that, actually. Like a couple of minutes, maybe, that would be better. I agree.
Adoption. What I'm pointing out, though, is that we have examples within our society in which people are practicing their individual autonomy, their right over themselves, to treat children like commodities. Matt likes to talk about slavery in the Bible, but secular humanism emphasizes the idea of the individual autonomous agent, and emphasizes the idea that you have the right to do whatever you want over your own body. And
what? How does that make children a commodity if they've got the right to their own body? And I don't. Can you tie this in?
That is creating an environment in which children are being treated like commodities and passed over as if they're handbags.
Passed over as if they are. Who is doing this?
And I'm not against the idea of gay adoption. I know for a fact that adoption is basically a straight line to prison. And if the alternative is to put them in a loving gay home rather than keep them in the adoption service, then I would favor that as the lesser of two evils.
All right, 1 minute for you, Matt. Oh, we got to get you off the mute there. I'll make sure that if anybody feels like I'm being unfair, I'll make sure that I make it fair. So let's continue on. 1 minute for you, Matt.
Then I have no idea what Bob's point is, because if he's okay with gay couples adopting, I don't know why he brought it up. Is he okay with surrogacy? I don't know why he brought it up. I don't see this treating children as commodity. What I see is both many Christians, matter of fact, Christians predominantly run adoption agencies. Both of my niece and nephew were adopted through Christian adoption agencies, because in many countries and in many places, those are the only organizations that you can really go through. But if Bob doesn't have an objection to that, I don't know why he brought it up, because in my perspective, from a secular humanist perspective, I don't see anything specifically about adoption in the manifesto.
Oh, is that what he's talking about? Talking about children being commodities, right? I don't know. I'd never thought about it like that. Really? I don't know. See, I don't actually know what Bob's talking about with children being commodities. I have no idea.
Option in the manifesto, but my take is that getting kids into loving homes is the priority, so that they don't wind up in the system. And on that front, I don't know why the subject was brought up. It seems that we agree.
Yeah, so secular humanism would say, hey, it's better to get children into families than adopted. I don't see how he's connecting this to secular humanism. If people are children,
he's absolutely right. In terms of the alternative between leaving children in the adoption services or getting them into stable homes, we do agree. However, the point that I've made, and the problem that I seem to be happening, is that what I'm trying to get across to Matt is that humanism emphasizes the idea of the height of the individual autonomous agent, that they have the
height of the individual autonomous agent, yes, including the children, yes. I mean, some decisions have to be made for them, but respecting the child as their own autonomous agent, yes.
Control over their own body and what they do with it. But they go beyond that to what they do with other people's bodies.
What they do with other people's bodies? What are you saying? What? What?
Including things like in surrogacy and in abortion.
No, it's the abortion thing. Yes. So at the end of the universe, when all stars have collapsed and the heat death, the man is still beating the drum of his one and only argument. Oh, dude, seriously. We're talking about adoption and surrogacy.
These are questions for society. So let me just ask Matt straight out. Does humanism give guidance about surrogacy and abortion? Because these are real questions. The death of 90 million people could be affected.
We almost got off abortion in this topic, and he just brought it back. You know, I would point out, wow, like you just can't stay away from this topic. It is the one topic you have to go back for.
By the answer in the past, we've had 90 million abortions. These aren't little questions. They are relevant questions. And if you're admitting humanism gives no guidance, then you're admitting that Christianity, because it does give guidance, is better.
Oh, I think this flute is stuck on one note. It's got one argument, and that's it. Dude, we're trying to have a conversation about what's best for society, not like if you wanted an abortion debate, get an abortion debate. Like,
well, there's a massive amount of fallacious thinking there that no guidance versus some guidance means that some guidance is better. No, some guidance could actually be worse if it's guiding against things that are better. Humanism in its in the manifesto too included abortion as a right. It just didn't outline everything about it. For the same reason it didn't outline any number of other things, because we're still learning and still drawing lines. And at the time in 1973, this was an issue that needed to be spoken on. And it will again here in the United States now that the right has essentially been demolished by an overtaking of the Supreme Court. But when it comes to secular humanism not valuing autonomy, I don't know where surrogacy comes in. Are you suggesting that that surrogacy is a problem because it turns a fetus into a commodity? People want a kid. They use one of a couple of viable methods to have a kid, and you're saying that something's wrong with that?
1 minute on the clock for you.
Okay, so yes, it's a problem. Surrogacy is a problem because you don't have a right to a child. It is not.
No one's saying you have a right to a child, but if you can use a surrogate to, okay, so surrogacy essentially is basically you using some sort of surrogate to produce a child with, you know, if you're infertile, with like let's say a surrogate acts as the mother essentially, and so the egg is fertilized, and you essentially adopt the child. Like, these aren't people that okay, so these aren't people that like are just doing it for a handbag. They're people that desperately want a child. Okay. So, like, why do you think they're just going to treat this child as a commodity instead of, you know, provide it with love and support and all the things a child needs to be raised? Do you have any evidence that that's bad for society at all? That surrogacy is bad? How about IVF? Right? Are you claiming that's bad for society as well? Because people use artificial means to get a child. Like, if people do want a child and they're committed to that, why are we suddenly saying, hey, you shouldn't have access to medical means to help you to have a child? Oh, you don't have a right to a child. But I don't think anyone's got a right to a child. Like, if you're a bad parent and you're abusing your child or you're maltreating your child, I don't think you have a right to that child either. I don't understand why surrogacy, like, because the people doing surrogacy usually really want a child. They're usually very, very happy to have the child and provide it with a lot of love, with a lot of love. So I don't get the problem. You know, isn't it better to have parents who really want a child and are willing to dedicate themselves to loving and caring for that child? Is bad, but parents that accidentally get pregnant and probably are horrible parents towards their child because they're poor and, you know, stuff, that's good. I don't get how those. Oh, Bob, you're a shocker. Absolute shocker.
It is not a right that you have, that you can have a child in the same way that you have.
But he's saying you've got a right to a child, but you do have a right to medical, you know, medical procedures if that's what you want. This is such a weird argument.
Have a right to water. You can either have a child or you can't have a child. But what children cannot be are handbags. What they cannot.
Wait, so IVF is out then because you can't have a child. You're you know, for whatever reason, IVF, no. Is that? Ugh. Like, I think his thinking is very simplistic. Like, oh, if you get a child by using medical means, it's just a commodity. It's just a handbag you're picking up later. This is a spurious argument. It really doesn't address what people are thinking when they go through like an IVF procedure or a surrogacy. Yeah.
What they cannot be are commodities that you just give over to someone else because they want them for their designer family. And we do see that.
Nobody is saying that. So fertility drugs are out, all this kind of things are out. You know, you're not, because God has decided you're not going to have a family. It's unnatural to use something like IVF to get you. Just because they want a family doesn't mean they're treating it as a commodity. I don't know what this guy has this is your brain on religion, quite frankly. Why do you think they think it's a commodity rather than a loved and valuable member of their family who, I might add, medical science has just helped have a child that they love? This straw man of these poor parents that just want a child, I don't understand it. So on one hand, he's saying no contraception, no abortion, nothing to restrict people having children, but do not give them the means to have children. It's baffling.
We do see that within the surrogacy kind of.
So essentially, it's let people get pregnant by accident, but do not let them get pregnant on purpose. That will make a better society. Explain that one to me, Bob. Explain that one. I'm getting, Aunt Jer, I mean, you might be saying it jokingly, but I'm kind of getting that feeling, that every sperm is sacred kind of thing. And sperm that we've done artificial things with is so not sacred. I'm kind of getting that feeling.
Of practice. Now, he's admitted that there's no guidance from secular humanism on these questions, but he hasn't demonstrated.
No, Robin, Anglicans are usually pretty less zealous about their faith kind of thing. Anglicans are kind of pretty chill where it comes to Christianity. I'm kind of thinking he's Catholic.
Hasn't demonstrated that the guidance offered by Christianity is bad. He's just implied that it's bad. He's just suggested that it could be bad, but he hasn't demonstrated that it's bad. So let me ask you, Matt, are secular humanists, and you being the representative of them here in this debate, are they in favor of surrogacy?
Yes.
I have no idea, because as I've said several times, I'm not the representative of surrogacy. Whatever shtick you think you're accomplishing by constantly trying to do this, you look incredibly goofy.
Okay, well, I might call it. I do apologize, everyone. It's like 4.5 hours, which I didn't mean to set out. Looks like I can't do a debate review in less than 2 sessions. So who knew? Probably everybody except I'm always the last to know. I'm always the last to know. But yeah, this one, I just had so much to say on Bob. He's an absolute shocker. Like, the stuff that he's trotting out and the stuff that he isn't trotting out, like any actual arguments or evidence that these things are bad, is absolutely shocking. I wonder if he's put it up on his channel, to be honest with you. Let's go have a look. What's his name? Bob's of Speaker's Corner. Oh, he's put up a reflections video. Maybe I can watch that and see if it's worth doing. Yeah, no, he hasn't put up the actual debate. It's weird that he's put up a review of it, but not the debate itself. It'd be interesting to see if he sort of reflects on it fairly, or whether it's just Matt was interrupting me constantly and the moderator didn't do anything, pity party kind of thing. It'd be interesting. It looks like he roped somebody into it. Oh yeah, because no, it's a pity party. Yep, sure. Yep. Yeah. I know. Thanks, Painting. Anyway, I'm gonna have to save there because it's like halfway through, and apparently I do about an hour in 4.5 hours, which is yeah, it's not the best track record, is it? It's not fantastic. I'll be the first to acknowledge that. It really. I mean, I hope you enjoyed yourself. I will do the second half. I promise. I will do next week. I will do the second half, which gets so much worse. It gets so much worse. But I really hope you have enjoyed it. Thank you all for coming. I'm trying to get a couple of debates set up, as I mentioned earlier. I'll certainly keep you in the loop when that happens. Yeah, and I'd love to do the second half of this because I actually enjoyed reviewing this as well. I don't think anybody does a perfect debate. I think that people could easily pick apart mine and say, hey, I should have done this or I should have done that. And I'd 100% agree with them. People have said before, hey, you could have done this. And I'm like, yeah, that's a really good idea. So I hope people don't take it as, oh, Matt sucks, because that's not it at all. As I said, his opening was beautiful. Like, just because, I mean, Bob talks about this narrative, this Christian narrative kind of thing, and I don't find the Christian narrative particularly inviting or particularly wonderful. It's kind of, we're waiting for the end of the world so we can, you know, feel good forever or something. I don't find it particularly heartening. I like the humanist narrative that's like where we're all progressing along this journey of humanity, where we're just learning about the universe and you know, learning and passing along things to the next generation to uplift ourselves and become wiser and better, and just, you know, for humans to flourish. I do think that is a really good narrative, so I do like it. But I wanna thank everybody for joining me. Thank you so much to all my members, who, that's not all of them. I've got to update that as well. That is just a patch of them, because I've had so many come in. And look, I want to thank each and every one of you for contributing, being wonderful. Thank you so much for the super chats. Robin, Doc Dino, PIM member, and new members. Doc Dino and PIM members, and Robin's done some super chats which were absolutely fantastic. And yeah, I kind of agree with Robin. He kind of seems misogynistic, but sort of says Christianity isn't, which is kind of weird. He's definitely bigoted against certain groups, and I think we can all agree on that. And I would have liked to see maybe Matt bring up John Rawls and the sort of how we make a good society, how we make a society that we can all be happy in, kind of thing. I would have liked to see a bit more of that. But as I said, it's easy for me to say that after the debate. So I'm going to, because it's easy, sure. But I hope you've enjoyed. I certainly enjoy doing this, so I'm going to be back again next week. Join me, and we can have a look together, watch this degrade into the absolute dumpster fire it becomes. But, you know, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but it'll be fun. I'll have fun. So come join me. And don't forget, as I always say, be kind to yourself, and do be kind to others, because we are all humans, and we all make mistakes, and we all trying to get better as we go along. It's sometimes, you know, really easy to forget that. And I do that as well, because I'm human and I'm doing the best I can. So thank you all so much, everybody. Lots of love. Take care. Journey well. And, you know, again, a big shout out to Ember, who can't be with us, but, you know, I guess he's with us in spirit, which I don't know what that means, but, you know, we'll keep him in our thoughts, because he's really the unsung heart of this show. So much love to Ember out there. And I hope you all have the most wonderful day. Stay human. Bye-bye.